any further evidence, which I fervently hope is not necessary, but I think I identified the 14th and 15th of March. Is that correct? I discovered that my flight from Doha on the 13th did not get me in time in Miami to be able to get here until the next day. So I'm going to ask that it's the 15th and 16th, if that is hopefully not an insurmountable difficulty for anyone. Is that all right? All right, lovely, thank you. So it's going to be 15th to view the habitat, Mr. Peterson, if that's possible. You can tell your clients that that's what we would like to do. And then the 16th as a backup day, should it be necessary. As I say, I firmly hope that it's not, but that's where we are at the moment, so we can make it for the 15th to view the habitat. And then Sarah, you'll be able to advise everybody else that that is the date for the view. Lovely, thank you very much indeed. Right, can I ask you, what is your anticipated length of your address? I'm not holding you to it, but give me some sort of idea.
I believe it may be within the 2 hours, or at least the 2 hours.
Right.
I've tried to.
No, that's fine. But if you want to take a short break in the middle of that, and it may be that if I don't, my colleague might, and so pick a moment. We could just take 5 minutes if necessary, but whatever it is, you know, going for 2 hours without stopping is quite a long time to be on your feet. So feel free to pick a moment and we'll just take a short break, all right?
Certainly.
Lovely. Thank you very much indeed. Yes.
Good morning, Mr. Commissioners. One must take care not to cause injury to others, but there is no general duty for the benefit of others. The rule is that I must not harm my neighbor misfeasance, not that I am required to save him nonfeasance. The very parable of the Good Samaritan, which was invoked by Lord Atkins in Donahue and Stevenson, illustrates in the conduct of the priest and the Levite who passed by on the other side an omission which was likely to have caused at its reasonable and probable consequence damage to the health of the victim of the thieves, but for which the priest and the Levite would have incurred no civil liability in English law. That's an excerpt taken from Winfield and Jolowitz on 13th edition at page 92. It seems that this legal position is the guiding light which pervades Paria's stance, taken from the onset of their position on the scope of works to the decision not to permit a viable or a rescue plan from being mounted in order to save the men trapped in the 30-inch pipeline at Sealine 36 on the night of February 25th, 2022. Scope of works. Contrary to reasonable commercial considerations, industry standards, and specifically stated conditions as expressed in the scope of works provided by Paria Fuel Trading Co Ltd seems to be saying to this commission that the contract itself, between itself and LMCS, was on a turnkey contract basis. I've extrapolated from various sources the very basic feature of what a turnkey contract is. And those things are the design, sourcing of materials, control or substantial control of site and completion time entirely on the contractor. The turnkey concept of contract envisions that the contractor takes charge of the project. It is not subjected to a system requiring approvals and permits, and vesting in the asset owner is top policy. That is directly contradictory to that concept. In fact, in Paria's investigation report, They themselves were not convinced that the contract was a turnkey project. At page 1200 of the core bundle, at clause 1.9, it states, Paria contracted LMCS Ltd to execute a turnkey type contract entitled Miscellaneous Repairs and Refurbishment Works at number 5 and number 6 berths. This report was subsequent to the incident, just to be clear. This scope of work was, according to Paria's code system, under code 8107 for installation and maintenance work, which is a category designated by them as high-risk works. And I'd refer to page 7701 of the bundle of submissions. This particular code is instrumental in deciphering, one would expect, the contract and commercial considerations for the job to be tendered. The inherent high-risk component of the contracted works therefore place its execution to be subject to permit to work / standard work instructions / safety rules requirement. And I take that specifically from the scope of works at paragraph 8.2 provided by Paria. There is no inference of the fact of this condition. It is expressed. It follows in the context of industry standards. Paria did not attempt at this initial stage of its contract to extricate itself from this duty and the standard contained in their permit to work, standard work instructions, and safety rules. Paria's position advanced after the 25th of February is, however, different. I have read and flipped and read and perused the scope of works from which Paria's condition of work were expressed, and I'm still to find one clause which expresses that any of the contractor bidding for this scope of work was to provide expertise, that is to say, advice on the job. We can accept that the contract is for specialist services and equipment, but this is very different from the argument being mounted by Paria, or what seems to be mounted by Paria, that they required expert advice and the expertise. At the very introduction, and we have gone through this during the course of cross-examinations of the witnesses, at 1.0 of the scope of work at Paria's page 560 of the core bundle, it says, Paria Fuel Trading Company Limited is seeking to engage the services of an experienced and qualified construction and fabrication contractors for the execution of miscellaneous works detailed below. This scope of works is the basis of what Paria required. It is a document being communicated to a number of contractors that are registered under the service code 8107, which, according to the statement from Paria's Mr. Rajendra Mahes, has some 259 recommended applicants. I'm not sure what amount of applicants were approved, but at least those were the recommended applicants for the purpose of those kinds of work that LMCS had performed.
The work extended beyond just the sea line, though, didn't it? It included, did it not, work on the handrails and various other aspects of the overall bid?
Yeah, there were 3 components to this particular contract.
Yes.
So it's
not all of which would have required the kind of expert or specialist services, whichever way one wants to put it. Not all of which would have required that.
Not that degree, please. I agree. Right. I invite you, Mr. Chairman and Mr. Commissioner, to look at this scope of works and come to the very quick conclusion that Paria is peddling a narrative of turnkey and specialized contractor and expert in attempting to do nothing more than to shift the duty of care to ensure a safe system of work from itself to squarely land on the shoulders of LMCS Ltd. Paria has a clear appreciation of the difference between service contract and advice contract. They must have. I pause to bring to the attention of the Commission. I heard my learned friend, for Kenson's submissions yesterday. I know that I wasn't present personally, but it seems to me that Kenson's position is now, or is being advocated to be different from the treatment of which the workers of Paria has been treated with in this commission, and indeed by LMCS. Let me explain just a little bit. For all intents and purposes, work conducted in the premises of Paria Fuel Trading Company Limited, which are to be monitored, or whatever other duties devolve to Paria's personnel, whether they be Paria in employment or Kenson in employment, were always and at all material times treated as Paria. In other words, there was an agency understanding. The fact that this may be
For some reason, we have lost connection to the Commission of Inquiry. I'm not sure what has happened, so please bear with me. It seems as though TTT has stopped the stream during her contributions. Give me a second. Oh gosh, I can't stand this thing. There's always something. Why can't TTT just do the damn thing properly?
Can I reassure you of this much, that if we deem that it is crucial to our decision-making process that we require sight of the contract or the contractual relationship between Paria and Kenson, then we will convene a hearing for you to argue why we should have it, for us to consider why it might be necessary, and for Paria to be able to respond to that. At the moment, I don't see the need for that at all. All right, so that you can be reassured that if we found that it was necessary, or thought that it might be necessary, or that it might disclose some additional feature that we hitherto don't have, then certainly that's something I will bring to the party's attention, and if necessary, we'll have an argument about it. But at the moment, I don't see that that's necessary.
I'm grateful. The confirmation that LMCS understood that it was a job for the provision of services and equipment are contained in LMCS proposal contained in the core bundle at page 654, where LMCS confirms that the work entails the provision of labor, equipment, material as specified, and supervision for the civil works required. At core bundle, page 658, the work plan would be carried out as follows. LMCS will work with Paria Fuel Trading Company Limited to confirm all engineering requirements for the contract prior to the placement of purchase orders for equipment and material. Paria Fuel Trading Company Limited and LMCS will conduct job hazard analysis, JHAs, and risk assessments as required for all activities associated with the project. And at core bundle, page 656, which says project control, progress measurements and reporting frequencies and format will be determined by the LMCS and Paria Fuel Trading Company Limited project teams. Paria's reliance on LMCS expert advice in whichever incarnation of the term is plainly unsupported and ought to be rejected by this commission as a matter of fact. Expert. The value of having an expert contractually called a project consultant or a project engineer, I submit is a fundamental basis upon which Delta P event leading to the death of the 4 LMCS workers rests for several reasons. In the first place, the development of the scope of works lacked crucial information on the layout of Sealine 36. A schematic was presented. There may be no fault on the face of this drawing, but it was clearly misleading. To date,
Which drawing are you talking
the
about?
schematics that is contained in the tender,
In
in the scope of works,
right.
in the scope of work. There's that line drawing. To date, we still don't know the exact bottom profile of Sealine 36. The system, it seems from the evidence, is of some vintage. The contract carried out by LMCS, I am sure, will not be the last of contracts to be performed on this system. Paria had and continues to have a duty to contractors to provide services on its system, who are contracted to provide services on its system, to have a comprehensive inspection report. This seems to be, at the very least, common sense. The second aspect of the scope of work deficiency is the glaring lack of the expertise to evaluate the intricacies which this job required. Paria's tender note at page 9 to 8 of the core bundle reads, LMCS has demonstrated that in their prior performance that they have the required management and resource competencies to satisfy the contract requirements. And at page 931, under the rubric technical evaluation, the note simply states, a technical evaluation of 5 bids submitted was conducted by technical and maintenance department, and only 1 bid submission was found to be technically compliant with the requirements of the scope. We know from the evidence that there is question as to the qualification and experience or the expertise that was brought to this evaluation process. From this evidence, Paria is suggesting that LMCS, but Paria is still suggesting that LMCS possess the expertise. Essentially, it seems to me it's an argument saying that LMCS has hired itself. Doing this clearly place LMCS and its employees at an even higher level of risk in the performance of their work, as is evident by this tragic incident. Paria has admitted to knowing of its option of hiring a project engineer and consultant who would have been qualified or have the requisite expertise to advise on the contract, on the execution of the contract. In fact, this was done for the 2020 contract, similar to the part of the contract to be performed at the subsea at Sealine 36. Saving the dollar at the cost of saving the lives, or at least safety. This is what this decision comes down to. Execution of works.
Do you not think it's a fair point to make that we used LMCS in 2020? We had a project manager then. They did the job without hitch, without complaint. All seemed to go very well. They obviously know what they're doing. Why don't we just use them again? What is wrong with taking the position that we have a perfectly good contractor who's done the same job before?
It's a high-risk job.
Yes.
It is classified high risk for that reason. We should not, no one should be taking the risk, the reason, there's no reasonable approach, if I may say that, in saying that, well, because you have done it before, you may be able to do it perfectly on this occasion as well. The reason, there must be a rationale for the classification of the works to be done. And it was high risk. The purpose and the benefit of having a system in place, of having an expert hired, is to prevent an accident. We can never tell when an accident will happen.
No, of course, but irrespective, are you saying that irrespective of how many times LMCS might perform this task on behalf of Paria, they would still need to be separately assessed?
At the very least, if they don't possess that expertise within their own structure.
Paria, not
Paria, that is, yes. Perhaps if it becomes a routine, for example, a routine high-risk maneuvering where all parties involved have because of its frequency, they have the understanding of the maneuvering of the contract and what the job entails, and they have in-house, that is, Paria would have its in-house expertise, and LMCS or any other contractor have their in-house, then there may be no, I'm not submitting that there shouldn't be any at all, but there may be no great need to have that independent expertise on the job hired by Paria.
You mean assessment but not oversight?
Assessment, correct.
How many times? How many times do they have to do it before you would agree that assessment without oversight would be okay?
Well, that would...
Two, three?
No,
four?
Frequency would, in terms of a high-risk maneuver, can't be two. I humbly submit it certainly can't be one. It must be something. Frequency, the word frequency, it is happening on a regular basis. If there is a job, the contract had that the job performance was to be within 20 days period. So let's say all things are equal and the jobs are carried out within a 20 days window. Then every month there can be a job description similar to this. And on that basis, on every month, 12 times per year, certainly that is frequent enough. But one time, 2 years, or at least a year prior, no. I humbly submit that that would be wholly insufficient.
Wouldn't it also depend, though, on the people who are carrying out the job? It's all very well saying LMCS, but if LMCS used different personnel, wouldn't you want to have oversight over those different personnel? They might do something different.
Certainly. As conditions change, you have to reassess. Certainly. Your personnel is different. Then.
All right. Thank you.
The works were executed presumably under a safe work system, which is Paria's permit to work system, work instruction, and safety system. On the instructions issued by Paria for line clearing, I will submit that this is not a mere internal document. The fact of its incorporation in the scope of works at paragraph 8.0 is telling. The monitoring system for the line content removal rests squarely with Paria. It is Kazim Ali's evidence that the measurement of the line content received was negligible, and LMCS's aim was to ensure a knowledge. What is clear is that between the contractor and Paria, there seemed to be a variance as to the amount of the line content to be removed. And that's in the case of...
Can you help me with something that concerns me a little? Am I right in understanding that originally the line content was to be sucked out of the pipe, pumped out?
That was never, and that particular question was placed to Mr. Ali, and that was never his understanding.
He always understood it to be blowing?
Pardon?
He always understood it to be blowing? Blowing?
Oh, the method of...
Yes, the method.
Yes,
I'd understood that there was, the original plan was to suck, I mean, I'm not using a very technical word, but to pump out of the line the fluid that they wished to remove to acquire the necessary ullage.
Yeah.
that changed for some reason, which I'm not entirely clear about as yet, to blowing. So rather, to use the non-technical expressions, sucking out the oil or blowing out the oil. And if you just think of having a straw in a glass, you can suck out what you want and put it where and swallow it or put it elsewhere, or you can blow down into the glass and that pushes the fluid out.
My understanding is it's that it was always regulated by Paria that it should be by air blowing, not air sucking. But at the point where there was no or insufficient content being received by Paria, because there was a limit on the air pressure to be applied. I think it was 40 psi. And at that rate, only a certain amount could have reached onto the tank.
Yeah, I'm not sure that the precise figures of how much pressure was used in order to blow particularly helps. We saw the demonstration from Mr. Khan about putting a tube down the pipe to take out any additional material. But I had understood that there was evidence to suggest that at least originally it was to be sucking, not blowing. So in other words,
introducing
pumping it out
pumping,
by
blowing.
But no, by sucking, pumping something out of the pipe, and that changed for reasons, as I say, I'm not entirely clear about as yet, to blowing. In other words, introducing air into the pipe as opposed to drawing fluid out of the pipe. Those, it seemed to me, are very different scenarios, which may have and probably did have very different consequences to the condition of the pipe once the task had been performed.
I understand your inquiry, Mr. Chairman, but from my understanding, I did not appreciate that. I understood it to be that the methodology of getting the content out was shifted based on the location of where the content had to have been placed.
All right. Well,
As opposed to
I'm not going to interrupt your flow at the moment, but I shall have a look at the material myself before you sit down, and then you can address me on it. If I've got this wrong, then so be it. But I don't think I have.
Certainly.
All right.
But I do know that the rationale behind the change of pumping the content to the tank farm and putting it into the slop barge was because of the amount not being.
Yeah, that's a different point, though, isn't it? That's about the collection of the material. That's not what I'm talking about.
I understand. Yeah. What is clear is that between the contractor and Paria, there seems to be a variance on the amount of line content to be removed. A clear indication that a single appointed project manager engineer from Paria would have eliminated these misunderstandings. If LMCS knew the amount of content being removed, then it would have been clear that there wasn't a solid leg of liquid under the plug on which its methodology was premised. I'd invite the Commission to look at the evidence of the investigation into the incident with Mr. Dexter Guerra, in which Mr. Guerra had indicated to Mr. Archibald that there was concerns for pollution. It's my submission that that concern could have only been present because of LMCS's understanding that there was line content or there was liquid within that system. And this incident, as we know, happened prior to the 25th of February.
Did LMC, am I not right that LMCS identified the number of barrels that they thought was necessary to be removed?
It was an estimate, indeed.
Yeah, all right.
It was an estimate.
I follow that, an estimate, but they did give a figure, I thought 70. 60, I'm told 60. It's there or thereabouts anyway, but they gave in the documentation an estimate of the number of barrels to be removed.
Which was submitted. This is a document submitted at the tender.
Yes.
Yes, they did. In that scope of work, yes.
Right.
There was an
Is it
estimate.
your case then that that being the figure, that they would have ascertained whether that had been achieved?
No. It really was an estimate that would have been presented.
Yes,
But
whether
not-
it's 60 or 70 barrels, I'm not going to quibble about that. I don't think that that would have caused a huge difference to the outcome. It's quite a big difference between that and hundreds, isn't it?
Oh, certainly.
Right. So
Certainly.
do you think, first of all, is it your case, rather, that they established or sought to establish the number of barrels being removed from the line?
Their main concern was to achieve the ullage.
And I follow that,
And-
but there's a way that in order to achieve the ullage, there are two ways you can do it. And it seems to me, first of all, you look at how much you need to remove from a full line, which should achieve that ullage. Secondly, you can have a look inside the pipe and see where it is. Which is the more reliable, do you think?
Well, in this case, it seems as though the more reliable would have been to ascertain the amount that would have.
Right. Did they do that?
No.
Right.
No.
Why not?
The measurement of what was being taken out or removed from the Sealine 36 was not within the ambit or remit of LMCS.
Nothing wrong with
That was-
asking, is there? I mean, they're doing the job.
there was no
You're
way
working,
that-
and just a minute, you're
Sorry.
working with Paria, right?
Yes.
These are clients of yours that you've had for a long time, and one might have thought, so, well, where are we now? How much? Particularly as the days go by. This wasn't done in one day. This was done over many days.
Yes.
What was wrong with somebody from Paria, necessarily Mr. Kazim Ali or his son, saying to Paria, look, how far have we got? How much has been taken out?
Well, from my understanding, the LMCS LMCS did inquire from Paria as to what was being removed, and the answer was negligible. That's not an amount. That's not an sustained amount.
Where do I find that evidence?
It's in, I think, this line of cross-examination was put to Mr. Kazim Ali.
Kazim Ali's
So
evidence, all right.
I believe he's day 4 of the transcripts.
All right. So do you accept that it was incumbent on LMCS to have inquired how much material had been removed from the line?
I do, and we did.
So you say you agree with that. You say it happened. And having been told how much had been removed from the line, you say, I think you used the word negligible. Right? That wasn't, that acting upon that information, they continued to blow into the pipe.
Yes.
Just pause there for a minute. What do you say about the insertion of the smaller pipe, the 6-inch pipe or whatever it was, down inside the riser at berth 6 in order to remove what appeared to be the remainder of the oil in the subsea line, in the horizontal?
It came back to the methodology of trying to get the ullage achieved. So it was done just to be able to achieve what they were trying to achieve, the ullage.
Was there any point in time, do you say, was there any point in time when LMCS were operating on the premise that they were to clear the line?
No. That was never their understanding of how the work was to be done.
Always your position is, it has always been their position that they should only remove that which was necessary to achieve the ullage of
Yes.
30 feet or whatever it was on either side. Yes?
That's correct.
Right. And is it your case that they were never told that hundreds of barrels had been removed
They
from
weren't.
the line?
They weren't.
Thank you.
The permit to work system incorporates 3 categories of approved documents: method statement, JHAs, and certificates. LMCS produced method statement and job hazard analysis to Paria for review and approval. These were provided by way of emails, the purpose being to execute the work safely. This review and approval process must be predicated on Paria's competence and expertise to effectively evaluate and scrutinize the contractor's proposed work method. This is a burden that Paria carries. Save for one clarification about the plugs, all was accepted and approved. That specific clarification dealt with the plugs, where Paria was informed that the methodology to be employed will be to remove them manually and to reinstall them to the top. There is no more clarity to this. And this brings me to the issue of the permit to work, 9320, which stated barriers to be used. Barriers to be used cannot and should not be equated to barrier to remain or barrier not to be removed. This is a convenient argument indeed, as the removal of the barrier was the Delta P event. In a safe system of work, however...
Pausing there, what do you say to the assertion that there should have been a separate permit to work for the removal of the barriers?
That was not the modus operandi that Paria had in terms of removal of the barriers.
Yes.
No, that was never the modus operandi that Paria had. In fact, the record will show that the permit to work that they have issued contains a number of various steps that has to be carried out.
So, just so that I have it in my head,
Yeah.
Your case is that no separate permit to work was required for the removal of the barriers.
No.
There are 2 work permits.
Yes.
One from the 13th of
February
and the one on the 25th. Had the work not been interrupted by Mr. Guerra's untimely movement of the barge, would the works have been carried out under the original permit dated the 13th?
It would have been completed in the same manner.
Sorry?
It would have been completed in the same manner.
Yes, but there would have been no need for the permit that we have now been inspecting ad nauseum for the 25th.
No.
Simply wouldn't have arisen.
It would not have arisen.
Is it your case that it's still the position that they would not have required after the 13th of February's work permit, that they would not have required a further work permit to remove the barriers?
No, they would not have. That permit would cover the entirety of that.
Thank you.
In this safe system of work, however, there are checks and balances in place. Therein lies the importance of a toolbox meeting. What we have on this issue is Christopher Boudram's evidence that the removal of plugs was discussed. And this is corroborated by the actions of the workers in the chamber. Missing as a check was Mr. Majhar Singh from this toolbox meeting, who, as it were, was the applicant for the works in relation to Sealine 36 on the 25th of February 2022. Claiming that monitoring of LMCS or any other contractor performing high-risk work periodically around 4 times per day is wholly unacceptable in the scheme of a safe work system. This is a system failure. Further, communication within the chamber while the men worked was established both by camera and radio. A simple request to perhaps adjust the view could have been made. It seems ludicrous that Paria can have paid, and what's more, it seems ludicrous that Paria can have paid personnel on site who was actually monitoring the works in the chamber out of curiosity, but couldn't do so as a matter of duty. This is a system failure of Paria.
Can I ask you about the toolbox meeting, please? Do you accept that the toolbox meeting, the note relating to that, falls woefully short of what it should have contained?
In relation to what was discussed?
Well, it deals only with health and safety issues, COVID,
yes,
bad weather, rising sea levels, things like that. It doesn't deal with the actual work that's to be undertaken at all.
yes.
It says nothing about it at all.
It does, because
It does or it doesn't.
it does. And
What do you mean? It says what about the
it
work?
does fall short of what
All right,
actually
sorry.
took
I mean,
place.
we're at cross purposes. I thought you were trying to contradict what I was saying.
Yes.
You're not doing that. You're saying it does fall woefully short of what it should have contained.
Oh, of course it does. We acknowledge that. Unfortunately, and I have to stand here and say to you that the only reason for that was that the late Kazim Ali Jr., who would have been the person discussing the method statement and the work to be done within the chamber, and for that, on that day,
That was his job,
that
wasn't
was
it?
his job.
Right. He should have not only told them what the works, the nature of the work was, what the individual tasks to be completed was, but he should have recorded that on the toolbox meeting.
Yes.
And he failed to do that.
He failed to do that. The evidence from, I think, Mr. Victor Del Paul is that he was supposed to do that. He was going to do that, but he had not.
Now, I appreciate that there's been evidence to suggest that that did take place, but that the failing is simply failing to record it on the document.
Yeah.
Whereas, of course, Paria's position is that it never took place at all.
Yes.
And of course, they're supported in that submission by saying, well, the contemporaneous material that was available doesn't show that it was mentioned at all.
Well, in relation to there not being a contemporaneous documentation of what took place. But what we have is Mr. Boudram's evidence as to his undeniable acceptance that.
No, of course, we will have to assess whether we accept that or not.
Yes.
My concern is simply that the evidence without the documentary evidence, without the live evidence, as it were, would lend support to what Paria is saying, that there was no discussion at all about the works that were due to be carried out. In the absence of having Mr. Boudram's evidence about that, we would be completely in the dark, wouldn't we?
Yes. Yes, we would have been. That is certainly true.
Yes. And given that you have made it part of your case, such as it is, to emphasize the importance of the dangerousness of this work, that is something which is, on any view, a significant shortcoming, isn't it?
It is.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure if you'd like to have a short break now. I'm going on to the Delta P, and I don't know
Well,
if this is
I leave it in your hands. I mean, if you think you're about halfway through, then by all means we can take 5 minutes. If you think you're not quite there yet, let's go for a little bit longer, shall we?
We're about halfway through.
We are?
We are about
Well,
halfway.
if you want to take 5 minutes, then we will take 5 minutes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Oh, no, I don't, please. I will continue. I just wanted to know if there was any need for a break. Bye.
No, we'll take a 5-minute break now and come back. What should we say? Well, let's come back at 10 to 11, shall we? 10 to 11. Take a few minutes.
All right.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Before you move on, can I just ask you about the document which is in our core bundle, volume 3? Just give me a second. At page 1033. This is the, I don't know if it can be put up on the screen. This is the document that is said to be the internal document that Paria produced for themselves as a sort of work instruction within the within their ambit, which, as we know, and I don't need to refer to it now, but it was referred to, it was passed on to LMCS by way of an email.
Yes.
It doesn't appear to have been inadvertent, rather more deliberate, whatever the position might be. It doesn't seem to have been, as it were, part of an email chain, and it happened to have been attached. Do you see what I mean? I don't think that they're suggesting that for a minute. But in any event, what is clear is that, and their case is that this is an internal document for them to be used by their people. Yes? This finds itself in your hands. What do you say about the receipt of this document and how that may or may not have affected the works for the removal of the material from the line?
In the work instructions, LMCS is required to follow the steps that would have been placed there. Whatever for the operational aspect of the line content removal. So in receiving that document, the process is within the LMCS side is that the persons operating from Sealine 36 would confer with Paria's personnel on the line content removal. I'm not sure if that answers your question.
Well, I'm just looking at the wording of the actual section of the document itself. I don't know why it's not on the screen, but anyway. Responsibilities, it says the terminal operations manager, that's Mr. Piper, has the overall responsibility for ensuring that this procedure is established by reviewing and approving this work instruction and ensuring the offshore team lead understand the requirements of this work instruction. Now, pausing there for a moment. The scope of the work is described as clearing of the line between 5 and 6.
Yes.
Well, that is, to use one of my favorite expressions in this hearings, ambiguous, isn't it?
It is.
You see, if the line is to be cleared according to, if somebody reading that understood it to mean clearing it completely, that would lend support for why the volume of barrels were removed from the line.
And that certainly is a perspective as an attorney that I have taken. In my quest to investigate that with my client, his understanding of that instruction was that it's cleared only to the extent of the ullage to be.
So in a sense, if there is ambiguity, the fact that your client had this document would have been apparent to him that it wasn't clearing of the line completely. Do you follow what I mean? If this document had remained just in the hands of Paria, Paria might have been able to properly assert, well, whoever was reading it might have been able to properly assert, I thought that was the removal of the line completely, right? Because of the ambiguity in the way in which that's expressed. So that person might have just understood it in that way. But it wasn't just in their hands. It had come to you.
Yes.
And you knew that you weren't seeking to clear the line entirely. You were only looking for an ullage.
That's correct. But
So
we were
surely any ambiguity in that could have been easily set to one side by the knowledge that you say your clients had, which was that it was only to clear the necessary ullage.
That's correct. That is the operating factor that LMCS took.
Yes. So in one sense, having this in your hands doesn't help you at all. If you see what I mean?
Yeah.
It does the exact reverse, because if there is ambiguity in that, you were in the best place, given it was your job to do to remove the material from the line. You were best placed to clear up such an ambiguity, weren't you?
Well, it's an instruction that was issued to LMCS. So
No. It's not an instruction that was issued to LMCS.
It's an instruction. It's an instruction that was issued by Paria.
It's an instruction issued by Paria to its people, to which you were privy. That is a different thing, isn't it?
Correct.
Yeah. To which you were privy. Now, I don't have any difficulty with you being privy to it.
Right.
It seems to be a very sensible idea that, well, look,
Correct.
this is what we've been told our people. This is what is in the document. But if the purpose of that at all is to just make sure that you understand what Paria are telling their own people, then if there is ambiguity in it, you were best placed to put paid to that, weren't you?
I would accept that. I would accept that would have been.
Yeah. Whereas if you'd never seen it, if it had never come into your hands at all, then you wouldn't have known that that's what it said. You wouldn't have known that there was any such ambiguity, would you?
No.
Right. No. But the fact is, you did.
But in the minds of the operators from LMCS, there was no ambiguity in what was required, and that's only in hindsight. Then we can appreciate the ambiguity that comes with it. But for the operators at the material time, no, it was not ambiguous at that point in time. Of course, it becomes the issue now, having regard to the fact of the Delta P.
You see, some people might argue that it's not even ambiguous, that it's quite clear. Clearing of number 36 Sealine section between berth 5 and berth 6. To the ordinary mortal, one might think that meant empty it.
No, that was never the understanding.
No, I understand. That's not the understanding. I'm talking about reading the document. Yeah. And what I'm saying, or what I'm asking you really, is what your position is on that, because it does seem to us that, be it clear or ambiguous, you were in the best place to make it clear that that is not what was being sought to be achieved.
I accept that, please, Mr. Commissioner.
All right. Yeah, well, thank you.
Operating in Delta P event. Operating in an environment of consistent systematic failure allowed for the Delta P event to have taken place. LMCS, in proceeding with the methodology to establish the desired ullage, from which it assumed that there was a solid, when it was assumed that there was a solid leg of liquid or fluid behind the plug. However, Mr. Zayed Khan opined that the pressure at number 5 was locked in until the 25th of February 2022, and only released when the riser was opened to conduct the cab test. I will invite the Commission to consider that this opinion of the additional danger is not based on what actually occurred. Mr. Ali stated in his cross-examination, that the pressure was released from both ends of the pipe by the risers prior to the ullage measurements and that will be found between pages 53 to 61 of the transcripts for the. Right. that the pressure was released. The term he used was bleed out from both ends of the pipe.
Sorry, on which day?
That would have been on the, I'll take you through it, please, Mr. Commissioner. At Paria's daily report sheet, page 7288, line 1, it shows that the line content removal was completed on the 5th of February 2022. And thereafter, the daily report sheets at page 7291 and 7292 of the bundle of submissions show that for the 10th and the 11th of February, the piping at the top of the riser was removed at Berth 5, and the line plugs were installed and a new flange weld and a riser was constructed at Berth number 5. The line plugs were then removed and the blind flange replaced on a newly installed flange. Paria reports show that the line plug were then installed on the 13th of February at Berth number 6. So the impression created by the expert, or the impression that the expert had that the plugs were installed almost instantaneously on achieving the ullage, and thereby stopping or pressurizing the line at Berth 5 with the blanking at the riser would not be true.
Well, they were blowing fuel out of the pipe over a number of days. Which days were they?
That started, I believe it was from the 4th or 5th of January, sometime in January, and it was completed on the 5th of February of 2022.
Right. And was it left? Are you saying it was left open?
It was so, and then works were then done at the Berth number 5 on the riser of the top of Berth number 5. So the statement that the opinion, that by blanking the removal of the blank on the 25th was the first time that the pressurization of that pipe was released or removed is incorrect when the carbo test was being done on the day of the 25th of February.
Well, whatever days it was that
Yeah.
the pumping of the material from the pipeline were done, whatever days it was, we know as a matter of fact that there was a carbo test
Yes.
carried out at Berth 5
That's correct.
on the 25th.
That's correct.
And in order to carry out that carbo test, you're saying the evidence is that the blind flange is removed.
Yes, it was removed on that day.
Right, so the blind
The
flange
blank.
at
Berth 5.
at 5 is removed. Therefore, any differential in pressure that might have existed in the line at that stage would have been equalized. Is that your position?
No, not at all. I'm just correcting for the purposes of the credibility of Mr. Kazim Ali in relation to what he said before the commission. His evidence was that the line was bled out, and what we do, and the opinion given by Mr. Khan gives the impression that his evidence is incorrect or false or misleading, which lends to the issue of his credibility, no doubt. But that's not true. It seems to be that opinion was based on an assumption and not, in fact, what happened. And that is why I take the commission through the actual
Sequence
series
of events. So the blind flange at 5 is removed in order to perform the carbo test?
Yes, it was. Yes.
And then refitted after the carbo test had been
Yes.
completed?
Yes, it was.
Before they come over to number 6?
Number 6, that's correct.
So whilst the work was being carried out at number 6, number 5 is open.
No, the carbo test was done at berth number 5
Yes.
before it reached berth number 6.
I follow that, but they're working in the morning
Yes.
of the 25th at berth 6.
Yes.
And whilst that is happening, the lid, as I've called it before,
Sorry. They're working on what at berth 6?
they were working during the course of the morning at berth 6. That's the evidence.
That is the evidence.
Yes.
There was the exchange of the topside riser, I think.
They were working there. I
Yes, they
don't
were.
really care what they were
Yes.
particularly doing. I mean, all I'm concerned
Yeah.
about is the removal of the plug. But they were working for some hours at berth 6.
That's correct.
Now, is it what you're saying to me is that at berth 5, whilst they were doing that work at berth 6, at berth 5, they removed the flange,
Yes.
the lid as I call it, right?
The
They
lid,
removed
that's
the lid
right.
at the top of the pipe. So the pipe comes up at 6. There's a lid on top, which is sealed. They then remove that in order to conduct the carb test on the inside. Is that what you're saying?
That's correct.
Right. And then they put the lid back on
And then
again.
they put the lid back on.
And then they went over
And then
to
they
number
went to
6.
Yes.
Right. Okay. And the point about that is,
Well, it wasn't on the day in question that I'm talking about, but prior to the day in question, it seems as though from the expert that evidence or his opinion, about the pressurization of the line, that the removal of the flange on the 25th was the first time it was being removed after the insertion of the plugs at 6 on the 13th or 14th thereabout.
yeah.
At least that's my impression of the evidence that was, the opinion that was being given.
All right. So
So I take the opportunity to correct the record in relation to that.
all right. I'm not entirely sure what the consequence of that is.
Well, the evidence of Mr. Kazim Ali is corroborated by that fact, by the fact of what I have just laid out,
The sequence of events.
the sequence of
All right.
events,
So it's only really to
to point that out
point out that Mr. Kazim Ali is correct in what he says.
as to how it occurred.
Right.
Yes.
Right.
Rescue.
All right. Yes. Thank you.
It is accepted that attempting to remove the inflatable plug created the delta P event, causing the men, tools, and breathing air to be sucked into the pipeline. Once the disturbed waters around the chamber settled and the chamber returned to normal function, Andrew Farrow, in 2 separate incursions, determined, 1, that the men were no longer in the chamber, nor were the tools, bolts, and diving gear. 2, the riser was full of water. And 3, there was no sign of content of the chamber in the immediate vicinity of the riser, on seabed, or floating around the surface surrounding the berth. This led to the conclusion that the men were in the pipe. After discussion with site personnel, Kazim Ali, Andrew Farrow, and Dexter Guerra decided that they had, at the least, minimum resources to do an incursion into the pipe. In addition to this on-site plan, Farrow called out Conrad and Conan Bedo for additional divers and equipment. Sometime within this time frame, Kazim Ali spoke with Colin Piper and who was told of his deduction. There was no indication of an ICT being activated. In fact, up until these hearings, LMCS never understood that Paria had activated an ICT. This only highlights further a systematic failure within Paria.
Sorry, you're saying you did not appreciate, they did not appreciate that an ICT was even in existence.
They did not, not in the structure of what the ICT should be.
Right. Until
These proceedings, please.
and you're specifically referring to Mr. Kazim Ali, are you?
Mr. Kazim Ali, Mr. Ahmed Ali, Mr. Dexter Guerra, LMCS.
Just a minute. Whose fault do you say that is?
The communication of the ICT commander.
Yeah, right. You say he just never made that clear,
No,
Mr. Piper.
Mr. Piper. Or any of his
Did you put that to him?
delegates. Pardon?
Did you put that to Mr. Piper? I do not recall you putting to Mr. Piper that he had never made it clear to Kazim Ali that there was an ICT
That's
of which he
correct.
was the head.
That's correct.
You should have. Quite a serious suggestion, isn't it? That part of your submissions now, that the existence of the ICT was never made clear to Kazim Ali. You never put that to Mr. Piper when he gave his evidence.
Yeah, that's correct.
Sometimes it is said that the reason why council don't do that is because they never had instructions prior to that point in time, that those instructions came later. Other times it's the fault of council overlooking a fact which they ought to have put.
Yes.
Which is it in this case?
It's the latter, please.
It's your fault.
Yes.
So I shouldn't hold it against Mr. Kazim Ali.
No,
I should
please.
hold it against you.
Yes.
All right. I will. Thank you.
The evidence elicited has shown that Paria prevented LMCS Ltd from executing rescue plans that were continuously modified as more resources and information came to hand. The first denial to mount rescue attempts came around 3:30 p.m. when the permit to work was pulled and the countervailing instruction to cease all diving, closed out work permit. Paria made the rescuers believe that the TTCG will be conducting a rescue when in fact there was no such determination until around 9 p.m. Paria had no plans or attempt at any rescue over the 25th, 26th, 27th of February. Paria was informed of proof of life within the pipeline by the very fact of Christopher's survival, and also by distress signals continuing up to and beyond 2:30 a.m. on Saturday, the 26th of February. Instead of acting on the proof,
Do you accept that that is uncorroborated by anyone from Paria?
yes,
Right.
and instead of acting on proof of life, Paria chose to discredit the knocking heard emanating from the pipe at number 5, saying it was noise from the equipment running and at berth 6, a distance of a quarter of a mile away. After Christopher's life-saving heroics, Paria also chose to create the denial of the existence of the air pockets, saying that they were not seen on camera footage, even though Christopher Budram and 4 men survived for 3 hours with 5 tanks, which would have given them an hour to live if they each had the use of one. Mr. Piper claimed that he wanted more information from camera footage before considering any dive rescue. But his repeated requests up to 9 p.m. on Friday to the Coast Guard to do a dive does not support this claim. From the statement of Mr. Seals, it can be seen that the TTCG was requested again to consider a dive at 12:15 a.m. on the 26th of February. After the footage was received at midnight, Mr. Piper again asked the Coast Guard to dive and remove obstacles in the line, even though they had already told him that they were not trained for that and commercial divers would be more suitable. Mr. Piper ought to have known through Catherine Balkisoon that LMCS had experienced commercial divers on site, some related and some not related, who were prepared to dive, yet they were not asked. Colin Piper, Mushtaq Mohammed, Michael Way, and Randy Archibald all say that they got expert advice that they should not allow diving into the pipe. The experts listed were OSH, TTCG, OTSL, Hull, HHSL, EERS, Eastern Diving Services, Michelle Professional Diving Services. From this list, the evidence shows that the TTCG, EERS, and Michelle Professional Diving Services were only asked if they would conduct a rescue. They said they themselves would not perform a rescue, but never advised that a rescue should not be performed. Mr. Seals denies any involvement as an ICT member or an advisor to Paria. Mr. Piper advised all that Christopher Budram said the men did not make it. Then the other misleading information given was that there were dive bottles lodged in the line. The distance of that blockage location kept increasing in what seems to be an attempt to solicit a particular advice from the experts, or at least to deter a rescue plan being conducted or to justify not taking any action. Consider the evidence of Mr. Piper where he explained that the spooling of the ROV and the tether. We ask that the length of the tether, the top of the riser, and the slack of the tether must be considered in respect of the actual distance of where the location of that bottle was. There is a difference, it must be appreciated, between I am not prepared to send my men down the pipeline as it is too dangerous for them, and it is too risky to send divers into pipeline to rescue the men. The willingness of competent divers trained to undertake these risks with equipment and support for the execution of the plan was all that was needed. The first position seems to sit with all of the experts that Paria placed reliance upon, while the latter seems to be the position that Paria has taken.
What's the difference between send and allow?
That's correct.
Right.
It is of note that there is no evidence of the expert being asked to show experience or CV or any sort to Paria engage in them. In fact, it seems from the evidence that the experts weren't experts at all. In fact, diving into the pipeline is not a thing. Yet, there is evidence of Andrew Farah, Kazem Ali, Christopher Budram, and Michael Kurban diving into a pipeline. One point of agreement from both Mr. Donovan, Mr. Seals, and Mr. Fuentes seems to be that the very best way to advise on a rescue plan was to undertake a site visit or soliciting information from site personnel. In his witness statement, Mr. Piper made no mention of his fears of confined space rescuers dying whilst attempting to rescue people. Paria has its own confined space rescue protocol that could easily have been employed to formulate a rescue plan for the men in the pipe if they were serious. Mr. Piper spoke mainly of would-be rescuers rushing in to remove a victim without preparation, without breathing air, communication, and light. This incident happened at Berth No. 6 underwater and would negate any possibility of any rescuer impulsively rushing in without his own breathing gear, scuba, or surface supply. All plans considered by LMCS involve divers with air supply and underwater lighting, and initially rope for tethering and signaling, and later umbilical, in addition to rope that included camera lights and voice communications. This issue could have been easily dispelled with a hands-on approach with the divers on site, or at the very least through Catherine Balkisoon. Head first, feet first. Head first, feet first.
Right.
LMCS always considered a feet first entry for rescue. This was what was discussed with Paria site personnel on Friday the 25th, and was the method actually executed by Michael Corban. If Paria had any degree of interest in the rescue, then the de-risking of this methodology laid out by LMCS could have been explored with all on site through Catherine, or through a simple conferencing via her telephone to the ICT or those in charge. Time was passing along while workers reported hearing knocking noise. This was determined by varying knocking intensity and frequency. This was heard by LMCS people around 6:15, from about 6:15. And I'd refer to the evidence of Ms. Beverly Howe at page 465, paragraph 36. And that's in the bundles of
Well, I don't need an awful lot of persuading about there being a genuine knocking. If you're in that pipe looking for rescue and you're one of those persons, it's the most obvious thing to do, assuming you have something with which to knock. It may be that an argument can be made, well, nobody had anything that would resonate along a metal pipe. But we know that there were tanks, we know there was tools and various other things in there. It seems likely that if you were looking for rescue, one of the few things that you could do would be to knock on the pipe.
Yes.
All right.
Paria, from their evidence, does not share this view, as I have said earlier. Their evidence is that they verified no knocking noises. But from the autopsy report, we know that there was life within the pipeline, and at the time that the knocking noises were being heard. Paria continued to prevent a rescue dive plan from Berth No. 6. LMCS's main goal on saving these men turned to the entry point at Berth No. 5, where the knocking noises were being heard. On being informed of the knocking noise and confirming same with their personnel, LMCS requested from Mr. Piper that the riser at Berth No. 6 be installed for the removal of the blind flange at the top of the riser at Berth No. 5, and to remove the chamber over the Berth No. 6. This would have allowed, at the very least, for an investigation of the system, and at best, allow easier access into the riser for the purposes of rescue. Compressor failure was not the reason for the request of the riser installation. Mr. Piper himself confirms that LMCS possessed a backup compressor. The compressor in operation was functioning. LMCS, on being presented in real time, revisited rescues, an alternative to rescue. In this regard, the suggestion to remove the blank from Berth No. 5 was made to hopefully save the men from that end. However, to do so, the belief was that the riser being extended to atmospheric height would not interfere with the construct within the pipe, thereby allowing the blank to be removed from Berth No. 5 to conduct, as I said, at very least an investigation and at best to rescue the men. Eventually, Paria authorized the addition of the riser extension and the removal of the blank. However, the permission to remove the blank was withdrawn and not authorized until 5 a.m. on the 26th of February. Therefore, from 10 p.m. to 5 a.m. on Saturday, there was no point of entry into Sealine 36. This secured only one thing: prevention of any diver from accessing the pipeline. Removal of the chamber did not come until 9 p.m. on the 26th of February, and eventually it was removed over the top of the...
I can't hear you're letting your voice drop and I can't hear you.
Sorry, my apologies. Removal of the chamber did not come until 9 p.m. on the 26th of February, and eventually it was removed from the top, from over riser top. Of course, installation of the riser only meant completion of the subsea works at riser 6. The issue of policing on site to control LMCS workers is a diversion of all efforts on the front for rescue. It takes away Paria from attending to whatever they were attended to, and the creation of distrust with LMCS. Had Catherine Balkisoon genuinely felt threatened by the workers' behavior, would she have continued to be in their presence on their barge? Mr. Ali's meeting to plead for rescue on Saturday was not treated with any seriousness or thought. Then the meetings on the 27th of February 2022 were clearly only for the benefit of indulging LMCS, as the decision to move from recovery was already made since Saturday night between Mr. Piper and Mr. Mohammed. In common parlance, it was a puppy show. LMCS's participation in this inquiry has been channeled to...
Sorry to interrupt you there. Just before you move on to the next point. Do you accept that Mr. Kazim Ali might have made greater effort to communicate a plan to rescue these men on the night of the 25th?
That he could have?
Do you believe that he could have made a greater effort to communicate a dive plan to Mr. Piper, even if he didn't believe that there was an IMT or ICT, to Mr. Piper, knowing that Piper had blocked diving? Do you believe he might have made a better effort to communicate a dive plan to rescue these men on the night of the 25th?
I am thinking about the communication, as I understand it, between him and Mr. Piper.
Yes.
And I'm taking it within the context of LMCS also being on site.
Yes.
With the dive supervisor and divers present there. And the train of thought that LMCS possessed in relation to the site being the best place for the formulation of those plans. And my answer to that would be that it could have been done, but the best place to have done it was on the site to Catherine Balkisoon, who was in any event part and parcel of the team of persons who were deciding.
And is it your position that he did? Is it your position that he did communicate a dive plan to Catherine Balkisoon?
Yes, not Mr. Ali. Yes, he did. There was a conversation with Kazim Ali over the phone. I believe there's an evidence to that.
Yeah, but it's rather limited, isn't it?
Well, and that is the interrogation that should have occurred on site, at the very least, where you have persons presenting to you that we are willing, we have this plan to go down and dive. You may think that it's mutterings, but you may not like it. But it was prudent for you at that moment to investigate it, because this is a rescue mission. And if not for anything, every possible and conceivable option should be exhausted.
And whose fault was it for not doing that?
For not interrogating it?
For not looking at each or exhausting every possibility?
It would have been Paria's position, Paria's default in that.
Right.
They had the option of investigating, interrogating what was on site.
Right. Well, Kazim Ali wasn't on the site the whole time, was
No,
he?
he was not.
Right. So he was at a place where, even if it were thought to be unreasonable to ask for a dive plan, even if it were thought to be unreasonable to ask for an emergency response, some sort of job analysis,
Something
even
in
if it were thought all of that was unreasonable, he was he not, in a position, because he wasn't on site, to have typed up his best plan that he could come up with and give it to them, couldn't he?
I
Albeit
understand.
in very truncated form, bullet points, if you like, rather than a detailed narrative.
Certainly, if he had known that that was a requirement, he could have produced that. I'm sure he would have had that
You're
done.
saying he didn't know?
He didn't know that that is what they were requiring. That was never communicated to LMCS. The only time that a request was made for a plan in writing was after the meeting on the morning of Sunday, 27th of February.
You remember the evidence of Mr. Piper that he made a number of attempts to speak to Mr. Kazim Ali during the course of the inquiry, not always answering for no doubt good reasons. But Mr. Kazim Ali understood that there was a bar on diving having been placed there by Mr. Piper.
Yes.
In order to effect a rescue, if he was to effect a rescue, would it not have been prudent, at the very least, for him to have spoken to Mr. Piper to say, look, this is the plan that I have to rescue these men, lift the bar?
Analyzing what has occurred, or what we know to have occurred, it is the most prudent thing that ought to have been done. The issue is the conversation between Mr. Piper and Mr. Ali and what they had actually in fact discussed and how they discussed proceeding.
Well, all we've got is what they each say about it.
Yes.
All right. Yes, I'm reminded that they knew each other quite well personally.
Yes, they do.
So it's not as though you're dealing with some corporate, faceless individual. These were two men who knew each other in the industry over many years.
Certainly.
Should have made it easier, shouldn't it?
It should have, but from Mr. Piper's evidence itself, his disposition had always been that LMCS were too emotional. And the question now becomes whether or not there was anything that was being said by Kazim Ali that was taken into account. Because all of Saturday morning, this is going into the next day, Mr. Ali sat trying to explain and to get cooperation.
I'm much more interested, if I may say so, on the Friday night, because it won't have come as any surprise to you that I take the view at the moment that it was highly unlikely that was anybody going to be alive on the Saturday, and that the action needed to take place on the Friday night, not Saturday.
Yeah, certainly. But what I'm drawing to you, Mr. Chairman, is the attitude with which Mr. Ali was treated by Paria, by the personnel. Their disposition was that he was an emotional person, and they did not pay heed to him. That much is clear.
Well, his son was in the pipe. Of course he was emotional.
They did not pay heed to him after the 25th. And one can only extrapolate that they did not pay any heed to him on the night of the 25th.
Okay. All right. That's your submission anyway. Yeah.
LMCS participation in this inquiry has been channeled to ensure that it delivers all that it knows. However, LMCS itself possessed no strategy of conjuring or redesigning what actually took place. However, what has become clear from the live evidence elicited in these proceedings, there are three distinct categories of information to be considered: what was, what could have been, and what should have been. These are not proceedings confined to pleadings, and as this commission will retire to deliberate on the evidence from the various documents, statements, and viva voce evidence, I wish to volunteer to the commission that should there be the need to seek any clarification in any aspect for which LMCS may be able to assist, we stand ready. I know that, Mr. Commissioner, this brings me to the end of my closing. I know that, Mr. Commissioner, you've asked us to consider whether there be any recommendations that we wish to put forward. From the evidence that has been or is before this commission, what is clear is that from the design of the scope of work to the ineptitude of the emergency response and the lack of consideration of the families by Paria, there is a systematic failure within that institution. Of course, whilst I have not been able to coach a recommendation in the parameters of a term, I would like to commend to you, Mr. Chairman, and to Mr. Commissioner, the need to recommend or the need to consider some form of an internal audit system that could or ought to address the coordinated functions within Paria. It seems to be that that system is in a dire want of coordination. And that's a danger, not just as we've seen here to LMCS, but it's a danger to all contractors working in Paria and who continue to provide services that may be high risk. I have been asked for the commission to consider standards for dive that can be implemented in a manner that bridges not just the institution and the performance of work, but the training, the requisite standards of the training facilities that are present in Trinidad.
Training facilities in what area?
For diving on the general. It seems from the evidence or from what we've observed in this hearing that there is need to standardize or to at least have proper accreditations, etc., to what training there is to divers in this jurisdiction.
Mr. Chetty was offering some training. All right. Anything else?
Unless I may be of any further assistance.
No, well, yes, to this extent, please. Having heard the evidence as you have, you've been here every day, in the course of this inquiry, do you believe, or is it your submission, I should say, that scuba should not have been used for this hazardous work?
No.
It's not your submission,
no,
or it should not have been used?
No, That's not my submission.
Right.
That it should not have been used. From my understanding of the evidence and what we have, the scuba should have been used. It was merely to access the chamber. It would have been safe, I believe, from what I have heard and been able to assess that had they have that helmet that was brought to this commission, the dangers and the risk associated with that is just adding and mounting to what already exists.
I don't think anyone's suggesting that the helmet that Mr. Wilson brought along would have been ideal for the works that needed to be done.
Yeah.
I shudder to think of the strength of Mr. Wilson's neck in order to hold such a helmet. But we've heard a good deal of evidence about the desirability of using scuba equipment in an environment such as this particular one, given the hazardous nature of the work and so on. And I haven't concluded a view yet, but it does seem to me that having an umbilical attached to you whilst you carry out that work, being tethered whilst you carry out that work, has some merit.
It does. I agree.
And perhaps had that happened, perhaps they might not have died. I'm not saying I've formed a view about it, because I do accept that really all you were doing was to get into the habitat, and that a tether might have been provided within the habitat in any event, whether you were using scuba equipment or not. But anyway, your position is that scuba equipment, in order to carry out those works, was perfectly acceptable.
I believe so.
That's what you're saying?
I believe so.
Right. Thank you. That's all I needed to ask you.
Mr. Chairman, but before I finish, if I may have just a moment, I follow in my friends from yesterday footstep of thanking the commission and thanking all of my colleagues present here, but as a remit from LMCS as well, being that these are public hearings, I would like to see in a public forum, at this forum, that LMCS wishes to thank all of the volunteers who would have presented themselves in order to lend the necessary help and assistance as they could have on that night and continuing.
Yes. Yes. Well, thank you very much for that. All right. We're going to take our break now, a little bit earlier than we planned. But can I suggest then that we're 11:45 now. Mr. Peterson, what is the plan from your team?
We were anticipating that you take a short break now. We start at 12, possibly break at 1 for lunch, and then resume and do the next hour.
Well, I'm content with that course, if that suits you.
Yes, that suits us.
Let us have 15 minutes now. We'll
Yes.
start at 12 o'clock. Who's going to address me?
I am going to, sir. Sorry to force that on you. Yes, sir.
Throughout. For the whole 2 hours.
You sound like you would like to hear Mr. Mootoo also, sir.
No.
Yes, sir.
I was rather looking forward to Mr. Mootoo, but never mind. So you'll address us for an hour now, or shortly, and then we'll have our lunch break, and then we'll come back, and that will conclude the proceedings today. Lovely. Thank you very much indeed. We'll do that. We'll resume at 12 o'clock, please.
All right.
All right. So we will be resuming at 12 o'clock. The Commission of Enquiry resumes at 12 o'clock. So stay tuned, and we will be back to hear Mr. Peterson's contribution, closing statements on behalf of his client, Paria and Heritage Petroleum Company Limited. So be back in 15 and we'll get on to Mr. Peterson.
Yes, Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and fellow Commissioner. These submissions, Mr. Chairman, are made by Paria Fuel Trading Company, Paria, and Heritage Petroleum Company Limited, Heritage, in these circumstances where they have not been called upon to answer any specific or general allegation of wrongdoing against them in relation to the events of this inquiry. But we recognize that the Commission has indicated that the well-known procedure in relation to the issuance of Salmon letters, should that become necessary, will be forwarded in due course before the delivery of your final report. Accordingly, sir, the submissions which follow are necessarily to be treated as provisional in the nature and subject to amplification should the need arise after receipt of the letters. So Paria and Heritage, sir, wish to reserve the right to add to or modify these statements and submissions if necessary.
You have my absolute assurance that that will be the position.
Thank you, sir.
If salmon letters are issued, I will expect, obviously,
Yes, sir.
comprehensive responses.
Yes, sir. As mentioned in the opening, in our opening statement of this inquiry is largely concerned with an examination into the circumstances which led to the loss and unfortunate event of the death of 4 employees of LMCS Ltd. Those persons are Kazim Ali Jr., Rishi Nagasa, Yusuf Henry, and Fazal Kurban. The loss is not measurable for these families. It's significant, and we recognize that it would be less of human of us not to do so. But the events of the 25th of February 2022, while these men were in the process of undertaking work as employees of LMCS on the Sealine Riser at Paria, led to their death. There is no truly compensatory measure that could be done to these families. The loss of their loved ones is irreplaceable. Paria and Heritage appreciate that to assist in bringing closure to these persons in an effort to avoid the recurrence of this event of the 25th, that they fully participated and they did not hold back with the greatest of respect in any way in assisting this commission, because they recognize that this event should not reoccur. To this end, Paria and Heritage have voluntarily made available to the Commission all such persons in their respective employ that they consider to be relevant and helpful to this Commission, even as a continuing obligation, which resulted in what Chairman described as a dumping of material. Our advice was, we need to dump it. We can't hold it back once we discover it or once it's requested. So we apologize for the inconvenience caused, but we are grateful for the day off on that occasion.
One sec.
Who said that? Siri heard me, so
All right.
she likes my voice. Put it in that off.
One of your fan club.
No, Siri, my phone. While some may take the view that Paria should have handled matters differently, and although there may well be room for some divergence of views on that, as Paria should or should not have done in relation to LMCS, as retaining LMCS to carry out the work, the execution of the works up to and including the 25th of February 2022, and the rescue and recovery efforts at the end of the day, take by Paria, were entirely reasonable in light of a range of options that were open to it. For the reasons which follow, we respectfully submit that there is no reasonable basis for Paria to be faulted or to bear any liability in relation to: 1, its selection of LMCS as a contractor to undertake the works; the role played by and during the execution of the works, having regard to other things such as the fact that Paria did not possess the capabilities to execute such works. Also, the fact that it took reasonable steps to satisfy itself that the independent contractor it ultimately hired for the works, namely LMCS, was a competent and well-established specialist contractor operating in the oil and gas sector with the requisite knowledge, skill, and experience in successfully executing works of a similar nature. I could not help but observe counsel for LMCS this morning seek to paint LMCS as not being a specialist contractor. I don't think that that could be sustained. The contractual arrangements ultimately entered into between Paria and LMCS followed a competitive tendering process. The information and the specialist advice provided to it by LMCS prior to and during the course of executing of the works and its decision and the actions of touching and concerning the rescue and recovery efforts took place between February 25th and March 4th, 2022. Paria was assessed and accepted to be competent to do the work. LMCS. I now turn to the works. In summary, the works for which LMCS was contractually engaged by Paria following the competitive process of tendering, 3 separate categories of works were identified to be executed. LMCS was required to change, first, LMCS was required to change out a section of subsea riser and tie in piping on Sealine number 36 at Berth 5 and Berth 6. Second, LMCS was required to remove, service and repair and reinstall marker buoys and storm mooring buoys located at the Pointe-à-Pierre harbor. The third category of work was that LMCS was required to fabricate and replace 300 feet of main walkway on Paria's main viaduct at Pointe-à-Pierre harbor. The matters which occupy this inquiry pertains to the first set of works with respect to the change out of the section of the subsea riser between Berth 5 and Berth 6. The tender process, in an effort to attract suitably qualified contractors, went out, and 27 contractors who were pre-qualified in relation to marine installation maintenance responded to that invitation. Paragraph 7 to paragraph 18 of the witness statement of Rajendra May has set out the procedure for the pre-qualification of contractors. And I just flagged that for your consideration, commissioners.
Do you have a page number for that?
No, paragraph 7 to 18 of Mr. Mayer's statement dated the 12th of September 2022.
All right.
And also you could find paragraph 26 of the statement of Manmohan Balkaran. His statement is dated the 30th of September 2022. The tender process was engaged by Paria for a period of approximately 1 month, from the 29th of April to the 28th of May 2021. On the 4th of May 2021, a mandatory virtual site visit for bidders was attended by 16 vendors. And then there was a scheduled in-person visit, but that had to be aborted due to the advent of COVID-19. 5 bids were received during the period prescribed for the submission of bids. LMCS was the only bidder that provided all documents required by Paria's scope of works. and therefore the only bidder which provided the valid, what we can describe as a valid technical bid. And this can be seen at paragraphs 26 to 29 of the witness statement of Mr. Manmohan Balkaran. The technical specifications for the works with which bidders were required to comply provided, among other things, the following. That the bidders were required to demonstrate that they possessed the experience and resources, both equipment and personnel, and also technical capability to successfully complete the works. Bids would only be considered if they were validly submitted. Among other things, they were to be store certified, or there should be store certification of the entity, a audited HSE management system for high-risk offshore services, inclusive of drilling services, diving services, lifting services, piling works, pipeline construction and repairs, an HSE plan, a quality assurance plan, method statement, and overarching risk assessment and dive plan. They also needed to provide resumes of key personnel and their experience in similar projects.
Can I ask you about that? Given that Paria are a national company dealing with the distribution of oil and other hydrocarbons, put out a tender for this kind of work, which was not an insignificant amount of work to be done, at no doubt considerable cost. Does it come to you as a surprise that there was only one bidder who was compliant in the whole of this country?
No, sir, not really. Because of the nature of the work, it narrows down the persons available to do that work.
Yes.
Because of the specialized nature of the work, again, a narrowing factor. So the pool will then get very small. And the fact that we also had COVID with respect to persons being available, and a lot of companies may not be operational or fully operational at the time, and may not, because you may recall the evidence of Mr. Donowa, that I think it may be in a statement, I don't know if he said it live, that due to COVID, they had at one point 100 and something staff, and I think they shrunk down to a certain number.
Yes.
So that may have accounted
Well,
for
I'm sure that's affected a lot of people and a lot of business. So you think probably,
so that may have accounted
probably more to do with the COVID
Yes.
outbreak than anything else.
Yes, sir. That may have accounted for the
Yes. All right, thank
small number of responders. Paria, in the course of assessing the bids, checked LMCS's references by calling persons, entities, names to verify the materials and services that were successfully provided, and references that were successfully provided by LMCS to Paria. Further, the Petroleum database disclosed that during the period 2015 to 2018, LMCS carried out 124 jobs for Petroleum and obtained a rating of acceptable for each job, with the only other available rating as unacceptable. So it was either acceptable or unacceptable. And they did 124 and they got acceptable rating. Previous jobs undertaken by LMCS for Petroleum included, but were not limited to, rerouting of Sealine Risers, structural repairs to berth, renewal of piping and renewal of risers. I cite paragraphs 12 to paragraph 17 of the witness statement of Mr. Rajendra Mehes, dated September 12, 2022. In addition to that, sirs, in the year 2020, LMCS successfully completed subsea maintenance works at berth number 5 of almost identical nature to those in respect of which Paria had invited them to tender. And this could be supported also from the statement of Mr. Kazimali Sr. at paragraphs 16 and 17 of the supplemental statement bundle, where Mr. Ali detailed in that statement that the job was so similar that inflatable plugs was also used, and I think he used the phrase, same techniques were used. So paragraphs 16 and 17 of Mr. Kazimali Sr.'s statement. I am reminded that the performance on that job was rated as excellent. Indeed, those 2020 works involved the replacement of an old riser with a new riser with the aid of a hyperbaric chamber, and required the installation of migration barriers at a subsea level.
Do we know if there was any fluid in the line before the works were carried out?
I don't so, and that's why we were trying to track the documents. But
yeah,
as we said, as the documents contain on them, said they have a destruction clause that allows them to be destroyed within 3 months of completion of the works, unless there are outstanding issues.
I just wondered if there was any actual evidence from somebody about whether or not there was anything in the line. Sorry.
He said he might have seen something that
yes.
would help us.
All right. Well, of course,
that would be helpful too, sir, if it's quite a similarity or lack thereof, as the case may be.
Yeah, I was particularly interested in whether they were sucking or blowing in order to get the
But there was air blowing. So that's I heard the question you posed to Council for LMCS, and that is we did find something that accounted, because that, I will be very candid, that's a point that Mr. Mootoo and I had been debating about. When did that shift take place from pumping to air blowing? Because that seems to have, based on all the evidence, including the experts, to have had some impact or some contributory impact to the events of that day.
Indeed.
And we found something that may point us in the direction as to when that change would have, that shift would have taken place.
Yes, I think we've got something on that as well. But yeah,
you all got something. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. 16. Yes, you'll find it. Accordingly, so it cannot be doubted that at the time of tender, LMCS objectively presented as a specialist contractor that was well qualified and experienced to execute the works in question. I don't think, I can't recall any evidence in this inquiry challenging their ability to execute the works of this nature. Paria notes that during the course of this inquiry, suggestions have been made to the effect that it ought to have had adequate internal resources with the relevant skill and experience to rigorously evaluate all of the technical aspects of the bids received, inclusive of the method statement, the risk assessment, and the emergency response plan, or that it should have retained an external consultant capable of so doing. While these are not unreasonable views, the reality is that the law did not impose such a requirement on Paria. Legally speaking, all that Paria was required to do was to take reasonable steps to satisfy itself that the independent contractor retained by it to carry out the works had the requisite level of competence. Applying this legal standard, it could hardly be suggested that Paria was negligent in the selection of LMCS as a contractor, given LMCS's knowledge, extensive experience, STOW certification, and track record in executing works of a similar nature similar to those that Paria was seeking to invite the bids. In any event, there is nothing contained in LMCS's method statement that accompanied its bid, which, if adhered to, would have given rise to the Delta P event or to the risk of such an event reasonably occurring. In this connection, the following evidence is of critical importance. Mr. Chairman, before I go on to the evidence that showed that I'm about to deal with respect to the Delta P event, with respect to LMCS, I wanted to go back to answering the question you asked, Mr. Chairman, as to whether in the previous job there was any indication as to whether the line had content.
Yes.
The same paragraph 16 of the statement of Kazim Ali Sr. of the supplemental bundle statement dated the 22nd of November, no, the 8th of November 2022, paragraph 16 and 17.
Yeah.
When you read the two statements, the two paragraphs together, so it catered for, exactly, it's catered for the utilization of the plugs, the barriers to stop hydrocarbon vapors, and the fact that he said that the technique that were employed is similar to the techniques that be employed in 2022. I think one can read and infer to that the same steps: the clearing of the line, the insertion of the plugs, the removing of the riser.
Well, I'm not sure about that. I mean, it does seem to me of some importance, and we don't have the documents because they've been destroyed, but it does seem to me to be of some importance to know whether the line was cleared, firstly by them, secondly by pumping or blowing, and thirdly, what quantity might have been taken out of the pipeline at the time, things of that kind, so that a direct comparison could have been made. I mean, I think you're right. We can infer that it was a similar job. Exactly what happened, though, couldn't have been the same. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been here to have done the second job.
It doesn't condescend
to that detail.
Yes.
No, quite. All right. Well, thank you for that. Anyway.
The evidence I say, sir, that would have removed the risk of a Delta P is as follows. A, LMCS's method statement at tender expressly provided that the liquid content from Sealine 36 was to be removed to a level sufficient to allow the replacement of the corroded section, and once the level in the riser had dropped to 35 feet below sea level, a line plug would be installed. So it recognized a clearing of the line to the point of 35 feet below. And that could be found at page 659 of the core bundle of documents. Secondly, LMCS HSE manager, Mr. Ahmad Ali, testified that its method statement required that LMCS only remove enough line content sufficient to give it room to install the plugs, while leaving the rest of the contents in the line, and that such removal would not have created a void in the line, providing enough space for something to suck anyone in. See paragraphs 13 of the supplemental statement of Mr. Ahmed Ali, dated the 31st of October 2022. Third, LMCS Managing Director, Mr. Kazim Ali Sr., testified that LMCS did not propose the removal of the entire line contents between Berth 5 and 6. He said that is so because it wanted to set the plug on a solid leg of liquid, and that LMCS did not mention delta P in its discussions in the method statement or risk assessment, because delta P was to be taken care of by ensuring that there would have been no pressure difference across the plugs. See paragraph 26 of the supplemental witness statement of Mr. Ali, dated the 22nd of November, 2022. The fourth piece of evidence is that LMCS Managing Director, Mr. Kazim Ali Sr., also testified that he was of the impression that Paria understood that the method for the removal of liquid only required the creation of a 35-foot space to set the plug, and that he did not think that Paria wanted LMCS to clear the entire line. See paragraphs 33 and 36 of the supplemental witness statement of Mr. Ali. Both LMCS and Paria interpreted and subsequently treated both LMCS method statement insofar as it pertains to the removal of the liquid content of the line, and Paria's response to the query 1 in the addendum 1. Addendum 1 is at page 598 of the core bundle, which referred to the ensuring that the line is clear and dry. That phrase that had consumed a considerable time of this commission as to what is meant by the term clear and dry. Both LMCS and Paria understood what that meant. Mr. Chairman, at several points in this inquiry, Mr. Chairman made the point, and Commissioner Wilson, that it's vague, or it's vague when one reads it, because it does not say that all the content was not to be removed, and they put it to several witnesses what they understood by clear and dry. My respectful view, sir, is that that phrase has to be taken in the context of the contract. It has to be taken in the context of the industry, and it has to be taken in the context, because since we are inquiring into the events of the 25th, it has to be taken against the backdrop of what the contracting acting parties understood by that phrase. And my respectful submission is neither Paria nor LMCS accepted that phrase as clearing the line completely of all contents. They understood it.
Yeah. Do you agree, though, that to us,
yes,
looking at it with the benefit of hindsight, obviously just reading the documentation, the combination of that addendum in which the response from Paria is the contractor is responsible for the safe removal of hydrocarbon contents from the line and to ensure that the line is clear and dry,
yes,
that combined with the internal instruction at Paria that the clearing of Sealine 36 section between Berth and 5 and 6, that the clearing of that line and the clear and dry suggests to us that would have been emptying the line.
Yes, sir. I don't want to say the uninitiated, but
well, we are uninitiated, yes, aren't we? Yes.
We would read it literally as meaning clear and dry, clean it out, dry it out.
Yes.
But I think it was the evidence of Mr. Michael Wee and also from Kazim Ali that they understood. Well, I think Mr. Wee said he understood it to mean the area to be worked on is to be clear and dry in order to effect the works.
Right.
But so when you look at it, with respect, it boils down to no troubling moment in that even the evidence of Mr. Zaid Khan once the ullage was checked, and whether it was 30 feet, 35 feet, there was ullage. Inherent in that is that there was content in the line. So once it was understood that the aim of the exercise or the mission was to achieve an ullage of 30 or 35 feet, and everyone was moving towards achieving that, whether they had got it false reading and all of that later on is a different issue. But once the mission was always to achieve an ullage of 35 feet, inherent in that is the presence of content.
Yes.
So no one understood this phrase, notwithstanding how clear it is linguistically.
Yes.
No one read it and applied it to mean clear and dry as we accept the uninitiated would have thought it was.
Yes, but do you accept that it was only Paria who had the information as to actually how much was removed from the line?
Well, yes, sir, that is, well, because it went into Paria's tanks and facilities.
Yes.
But of course, that has its own challenges if you were to rely on that, because as Mr. Kazimali admitted, there was commingling of product because it joins other lines, one. And also, I don't think if parties, and I was discussing that with Mr. Mootoo this morning, if parties who had item with respect to seeking an ullage of 35 feet, I don't think it mattered. And I don't think anybody would really be monitoring quantum, because it's not like if they're selling it at a party.
It's self-evident they could not have been monitoring. I mean, the people who were actually concerned with getting the line to where it should be, they could not have been concerned with quantum, because had they been, they would have realized that there's far too much being taken out of the line.
Exactly, sir.
There's no question about that. But what I'm concerned about is that firstly, the only people who knew how much was being taken out of the line within certain limitations, because there were whole days where nothing was recorded, even though there was blowing taking place. And so there was an unknown quantity removed from the line. But leaving aside that for the moment, on any view, hundreds of barrels of oil were removed from the line. We know that to be a fact because this would not have happened without it.
Yes,
right?
that's a fact.
What I want to try and understand is that it is only Paria's knowledge, it was only within Paria's knowledge as to how many barrels were removed, wasn't it?
Well, it was available to Paria if one was focusing on that. So to answer your question, it was going into Paria's onshore facility.
Yep.
And if one was required to monitor that or to focus on it, they would have picked that up. But I think, sir, in trying to determine at this commission what happened on that day, I think we have to look at things in the context. What was the focus point of those works? The focus point, the mission we're on, is to get ullage down to 30 or 35 feet.
Sure, I mean, I don't think there's any doubt about
if
that.
there was a corresponding default check and persons were put to monitor that, then one could have picked up, based on the quantity here, something is wrong there. But to be fair to all parties on that day, if even they check there and they see a certain quantity and they may be alarmed, when they check the ullage, not knowing then what we know now, and they see 35 feet, I could see one just dismissing that because it's not been sold to third party, it's not been dumped in the sea, it's in our tank, but we got the main mission we're seeking, 35 feet ullage, we got it here. Let's insert the plugs and get on with the job.
But is that really a tenable argument, Mr. Peterson? If somebody had looked at the amount that was being pumped out of that line, we're not talking about some modest discrepancy in the terms of the number of barrels that was necessary to achieve that ullage. We're not talking about that. Potentially by 1,000%. I mean,
so I hear that and I understand
hundreds
that.
and hundreds of barrels were removed from the line. I find it difficult to believe that people working in the industry for years, the people that Paria employed, experience in that industry, people that LMCS employed in their experience in the industry, that they would not have been alarmed at the sheer volume of material that was removed from that line in order to seek to achieve an ullage of just 30.
That's what I'm saying, sir.
The fact
That's
that
the
they
point.
didn't do it is something we have to consider in due course as to a double check, if you like, for the future. That if you're seeking to establish an ullage on either side in order to remove a piece of pipeline, that you're in a position to be able to, on the one hand, have a dip down your pipe to see where the fluid ends, and then corroborate that so as to avoid this situation developing by looking at actually what was removed from the line.
Yes, sir.
As I put it rather blithely on a number of occasions, you could have stuck a bucket down there and removed enough to get 35 feet.
I understand the concern you have, sir, but that presupposes a correlation between the clearing of the line, the operations clearing the lines, and people back at storage that may possibly, I want to say, to use the term, lend their tanks, the storage. So they're managing storage, they have the tanks, they lending the storage, let's say, but they are not part of that repair and operation.
No, clearly not.
Had there been a correlation between that,
yes,
then one would have said, but look how many barrels we get in here. LMCS, you telling me 35 feet ullage, but look, 500 barrels or whatever.
What's the position about this internal document that is essentially for Paria's own staff, right, in order to carry out this clearing of the line?
Beg your pardon, sir?
The document that we have at 1033. This is the clearing of section of the line, the work instruction, which was the internal document. Yes. If that is an internal document, would that not have gone also to the people who are monitoring the tanks?
No, so I understand this to be an internal document for the operations at line 36. So they say, so and that is how, and I could see, although it was not intended for LMCS, but I could see it getting into the hands. I could see no harm by that. But what it was setting out is a step-by-step procedure as to what was happening with the procedure. So there's the following the steps for the clearing of the line. Now, if there was a correlation between all the parties.
Just pause for a minute. Have you got the document in front of you?
Yes, sir.
Right. Would you look to page 1034, please?
Which one is 1034?
1034. I don't know if it's possible to bring it up on the screen. It's page 2 of the document.
Page 2.
Do you have that?
Yes, sir.
Do you see it says, I mean, this is under the subheading preparation for installation of slip plan. Right.
Yes.
And then it gives as a prerequisite, this is the step-by-step guide to what should happen, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
And just taking by way of example, the 13th step in that is monitor tank 111 levels and gauge pressure. What's tank 111?
I understand that to be an onshore tank.
Right, where the fluid is coming into.
Yes, sir.
Right? So monitoring that tank, its levels, and the gauge pressure, and gauge the pressure, right? Now, forgive me, but if that is meant to be one of the steps,
So I understand.
somebody must be looking at that, and there has to be a purpose for doing that.
Yes, sir.
And that purpose must relate, surely, to the amount of material that's taken out of the line.
So I saw this and I did not read it that way. It will give an indication as what is taken out of the line.
Yeah.
But remember, the person who may be monitoring the tank is monitoring the tank in the event of overflow to switch it to possibly tank 1112 or 1113.
Right. You mean just the few barrels that was necessary to be removed from this line, he might have to switch between these enormous tanks for those few barrels to be, so that it doesn't overflow.
And so you hit the nail on the head. But that is the problem. No, that's the problem with the issue. So when one's seeking to use the actual amount that came out against Paria, because
I'm not using it against anyone. I just want, I mean, it just seems to me a failure all round that nobody seemed to understand what I would have regarded as basic mathematics. In order to achieve the ullage that you're looking for, you need this number of barrels removed. If you take hundreds and hundreds more than that, something has gone wrong. Anyway.
Yes, sir. But the point is that remember that the that is presupposing, sir, that 111, tank 111, is dedicated solely for that purpose, and that's the point I'm making.
No.
There was no connection between the works going on at 36 and the utilization of the storage. It's almost like if the project is borrowing storage in the meantime, because they had to repump. They had to put back fuel when they finish.
Yes.
And,
yeah.
because there was no obligation at the clearing on Paria to monitor the amount of fuel being taken out, and that is probably what led to the excess taken out.
Cutting through all of that, do you agree that had someone been monitoring that, the alarm bells might have been wrong?
Alarm bell might have been wrong, but I factor into that there was I call it commingling, that, as Mr. Ali also agreed with the term, because tanks could be fed from different sources.
Yes, but is it really to be suggested that at the same time as they were pumping oil from Sealine 36 into tank number 111 and monitoring the levels, that there might have been fuel coming from some other source?
I'm subject to correction, but I think the lines are interconnected. That's it.
No, I follow they're all interconnected, but I'm assuming, perhaps wrongly, because I don't know anything about this, that they would close off valves leading into that line that would take it into tank 111 and just measure what was actually being taken out of Sealine 36. And Mr. Wilson suggests that there would be a manifold to do so.
I was just reminded of some of the evidence that when you blow at 36, it moves into 66 and it moves the product in 66 further ahead. So that's what I'm saying. So unless there was a dedicated assignment of monitoring, it may have raised an alarm bell as well as it may not have.
But isn't that what this is? This is your document. This is the internal document for Paria for the works to be, as it were, monitored. All right. This is what you describe. Your document describes clearing of Sealine 36 between berths between 5 and 6, and it's described as the work instruction from the terminal operations to offshore. And one of the, as it says, procedure, the following are the steps that should be followed for the clearing of the sea line between 5 and 6. Step number 13, or rather step number 12, open tank 111 valve to receive line content of 66.
Of 666 sea line, yeah.
Yes, and then it says monitor tank 111 and levels and gauge pressure. But surely the purpose for doing that is so that you know how much has come out of 66.
I don't think so, sir.
You don't?
No.
Right, so what is the purpose of having that there? What is the purpose of opening the valve and monitoring?
To receive whatever is coming.
Yes.
But there's no requirement at that stage or dedicated assignment of monitoring, because they don't need to monitor what's coming. Is their product, their tank.
That's what it says, though.
You're right.
Monitor the tank levels.
So that's what I'm telling you. That monitoring is not to determine. It's not like if they're buying product and they say, well, I'm buying 1,000 barrels. Let me see how much I actually receive into this tank before I pay you.
Right. Well, that's why I referred you to the previous paragraph, number 12. Open the tank valve to receive line content of 66.
Because line content is coming to occupy the storage for a while before when the work is finished to pump back. Because the scope of works require pumping back some product back into the line.
Okay. But
so at that point, so I understand what you're saying. You know, what I'm saying to you, sir, had there been the system where X, you pump, A, you go and check that we want to pump out a certain amount, we're looking for a ledge of 35 feet. Look and see what's coming at you there. Everyone say, well, we expect to pump out about 100 barrels, 60 barrels, 70 barrels. If that assignment is set up or that work schedule is set up, I agree with you, sir, that the person at the tank will say, you tell me 100, man, across 200 are going on here.
Yeah.
But what is happening here, from I understand this document, is that tank farm, we want to borrow some storage. Open up, we're using 111.
Right.
We go in and pump. Check and make sure.
And the man at the other end says, well, how much are you going to be pumping in before I decide which tank to let you use?
Well,
how much are you giving us?
That's why he's, well, that's it. No, well, they're using 111 because they know that is available, but they're telling him to monitor it to make sure that it all goes well. That's a standard step.
Yeah, but
to monitor the gauge and the pressure.
All right. I mean, I hear what you're
So I don't
saying,
think I could.
and I will give it further thought in the light of what you've been saying to me. But I have to say, I'm struggling a little to understand anything other than that the Paria had the information as to the barrel quantity, and I am the first to accept that it would be necessarily an imprecise number, but we're not dealing with some minor discrepancy between what might have come out of the line and the amount that was actually required to come out of the line. We're dealing with hundreds and hundreds, if not 1,000 barrels more than should have been necessary. And that should have set off an alarm. Now, irrespective, it seems to me, of what was or was not done, and we know it couldn't have been done on the day, for the future, and for our purposes in making recommendations so as to avoid this ever happening again, it's clear, isn't it, that it is A, capable of being measured, the amount that is taken out of any line, B, capable of identifying the sort of quantity that is necessary to achieve the purpose being sought, and 3, that there should, once you've made that measurement, for somebody to be standing by that and saying to the people who are doing the blowing or pumping, you're done, we've got enough, thank you very much. And if it's not showing it at their end, that would cause an alarm to be rung as to what the position might be.
Exactly, sir. Let me see if I can assist you. That, sir, is a correct procedure, and the alarm bell would be rung.
Yes.
And people down at 36, they would say, what's going on? Look at what we get in. Right. But that's what I'm saying. So you see that is a perfect recommendation going forward. But when we're looking at the event, we're looking back at what happened on the 25th. There's been that correlation and the dedication at both points. I could see anybody at the other point raising an alarm, but that seems not to have been the arrangement. No. But going forward, I think it's a perfect recommendation.
Right. Well, I'm grateful for that. But the only point I suppose I'm making is that it wasn't beyond the wit of man to have thought of that then. I appreciate they didn't, but it seems a pretty straightforward thing to have done. How much are we taking out of this line?
So I think what the flip side of that, I think, is the aim was really 35 feet, and everybody knows once I get to 35 feet and monitoring that, you couldn't take out that much. Right. So there was nothing would alert them to put a second monitoring on that side. Now we know. But if they were dipping and they saw an empty line, then they would know, well, look, where all of this oil gone? But when they dip in and they get, as Mr. Khan pointed out, a wrong measurement, but they get into 30, 35, they say, right. And that is, well, we all know from what flowed from that.
Yeah, all right. Thank you. Yeah.
And the last piece of evidence on that point came from Mr. Khan.
Sorry, yes, you'd said 4 points, and this is your fifth. Yes. Thank you.
The evidence of Mr. Khan that, as an expert witness, he gave oral evidence to the effect that the divers would not have been sucked into the pipeline if LMCS had effectively only removed the contents of the line to a depth of 35 feet or a ledge of 35 feet. Because as we accept now, and from his assistance, there would have been no Delta P. Well, I don't want to say Delta P event. I'm kind of scared to label it now. It's event. Delta P event.
Yes, I'm in the same situation. I'm slightly scared about using the expression, but yes. I think he means there would have been no Delta P event.
Yes, so that's correct. No Delta P event. Accordingly, given the contents of the LMCS tender package and the documents produced before the award of the contract, the retention of an independent professional with sufficient knowledge, skill, and experience to evaluate the technical aspects of the bid received could not have reasonably resulted in LMCS bid being deficient or rejected. Because when one looks at LMCS, the removal of the 35 feet, that was perfect and that was reasonable. And the reason the bid would not have been rejected as being deficient is that looking at that bid, no one would have also seen the issue of delta P arising, because getting an knowledge of 35 feet would not have bring a delta P event into play. And that is why in my opening to this commission, I said I'd searched all the documents and I could not find in the bid and tender documents any expression of delta P.
Yeah, you're pushing an open door there. I think we're all agreed about that. But I suppose my concern about it is this, is that if the purpose of taking a knowledge of 35 feet on either side was so as to ensure that the line remained full, so as to ensure that there was no delta P event, why wasn't that ever expressed by anybody?
The words delta P.
Well,
yeah.
That's just what I've said.
Yeah.
We only want to take a 35-foot ullage at either side because we're going to put it in the plug. We need to retain the fluid in the pipe so as to ensure that no delta P event or delta P, latent delta P would exist and therefore not trigger any event when removing the plug.
Mr. Ali's answer to that is, well, he factored it in by putting it on a solid liquid leg, putting the plugs onto that. So he knew that by that, delta P wouldn't feature.
Are we agreed that when working on pipes this way, that there should be a heading somewhere in either the method statement, in the bid, in the work permit? I don't really mind particularly where it appears, but it should appear somewhere that delta P has been considered.
It just took my second recommendation. I was hoping to make.
I've just eliminated your second one,
yes.
Right? Okay, great.
That
Sorry
is
about that.
It's like we do in judicial review.
Yes.
You state that there's no other alternative remedy.
Yes.
You don't have to. You have to say that.
Yes.
You tend to say that.
Quite.
So it's like one of those. You put delta P and you say, well, it does not arise, I eliminate it.
Because X, Y. We've done this.
This is how I eliminate it.
Yes.
But going forward, that's a good recommendation.
Right. All right. Thank you very much.
So in the circumstances, Mr. Chairman, it cannot be reasonably argued that any causative link exists between Paria's acts or omission in connection with the tender process and the delta P event, which occurred on the 25th. Indeed, given LMCS's stated method of work as identified at the tender stage, the possibility of a delta P event occurring could not have been reasonably foreseeable. I take a point, sir, with respect to avoiding that. You state it in future, you put it under heading, you put it under rubric, and
I know, but you and I have come to this relatively soon, recently, I suspect, in dealing with pipes and the like. But those who've been involved as part of their entire careers in the operations of hydrocarbons and pipes and the kind of environment which we all visited, I don't think you did, but we visited recently at Paria, surely must recognize that there exists at least the potential for a delta P event when there are likely to be differential pressures on either side of valves and pipes that are being opened and closed on a regular basis. Just taking fuel out of a tank there must be an opening somewhere on the tank to allow the air to fill up the void. Otherwise, you're going to create a vacuum. And all these sorts of things must be surely at the forefront of the minds of those who are working in the industry.
That is in fact so, sir. But I am attracted and reminded to brought to mind the evidence of Ms. Catherine Balkisoon. She said what she would do as an engineer is engineer it out. Right. So I think that is what Mr. Ali and they may have done in the bid. They recognize we're dealing with pipelines, we're dealing with clearing. How do we, although again, it didn't find expression in those words in the bid, but he probably say, well, if I keep the content in the line, go down 35 feet, put my plug on a solid liquid, delta P does not arise, I don't need to cater for that.
Never arises, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. Now, whether that's a true expression of what they were thinking at the time, or whether that's a post-event analysis, I'm not sure. But I take the point. But it is surprising, is that nobody anywhere in the thousands of pages that we've got dealing with experts all over this field, anybody mentioned it at all. All right, thank you.
No, you can't. So taking the fact that the bid, when one assesses the bid in that way, so it really removes, had it been executed in the manner intended, the hazardous nature of those works. I now want to move on to the contract itself. So. Okay. The contract was awarded on June 1st, 2021. Paria awarded that contract for the works to LMCS. Apart from the contractual terms and conditions contained in the invitation to bid document, which comprised, among other things, the technical scope of works, the commercial proposal, and the accompanying drawings, LMCS was also bound by Paria's general conditions of contract. Those general conditions of contract could be found at page 973 of the core bundle and at paragraph 34 of the statement of Mr. Michael Wee of the 16th of August, 2022. The contract imposed the following material and extensive contractual obligations on LMCS.
The contract or the conditions, Paria's conditions contract?
The technical scope of works, sir,
thank you.
as outlined in the technical scope of works. And some of them I wish to highlight as follows. LMCS had the obligation under item 3.1.4 to verify all measurements information on site prior to fabrication and removal of the riser in that section of the pipe. Item 3.1.5, LMCS was required to perform the following activities: isolation, de-isolation, depressurization, pressurization, and draining and filling of product from Sealine 36 at berths 6 and berths 5. Under 5.1, LMCS was required to supply adequate, competent, and certified licensed labor for the specific job functions, and provide full-time supervision. Also, tools and equipment for the timely completion of the scope of works. At item 5.1.2, LMCS became familiar with and conformed to Paria's permit to work procedure.
You mean 5.12?
Yes, it would be, yeah, I think it's 5.12. I think we had 5.
Yeah, it's 5.12.
5.12.
Contractors shall become familiar with and conform to Paria's permit to work procedure
And maintain permits to execute.
at his own
entire job.
expense and limitations,
Yes.
provisions or requirements pertaining to the permits. Yeah.
Full stop, it wasn't.
Yes.
Yes, because at 5.16, LMCS was required to prepare job hazard analysis and risk assessment for review by Paria.
Yes.
At item 5.18, LMCS was to follow all guidelines within Paria's health and safety requirements for contractors.
Yep.
Under item 6.1.1, LMCS was required to instruct its personnel on the safety regulations, safe working practices, and conditions that are required for an industrial marine environment. I wish to draw the Commission's attention to item 6.1.2, that LMCS was to provide and maintain all safety equipment and requirements necessary for its personnel and for execution of work, and that LMCS was required to instruct its personnel on their proper use and maintenance. At item 8.9, subparagraph 4, LMCS was required to conduct suitable and sufficient risk assessment or job hazard analysis for all activities and all work permits, and that it developed and implement the appropriate controls to ensure that the risk is as low as reasonably practicable.
This is 8.9.
Yes, 8.9, sub 40.
Right, sorry, yes. Risk assessment, JHA, and job safety method statement, yes?
Yes.
Thank you.
At item 8.9, subparagraph 5.2, LMCS was to ensure that its personnel have the required training and certification to carry out their duties in a safe manner.
Just a minute. 8.9, 5. I've only got a 5. I don't have a 5.2.
So this might have been
8.9 is the subheading HSE requirements for contractors. And you're directing me to, I've got a 5, which says awareness, training, and certification. Is that what you're referring to?
So it may be, I was just trying to get the hard copy and because we typing through the night, so yes, when I get some sleep, I'll be able to tell whether it's
all right, well, look, I mean, come back to it by all means. I just want to make sure that I've made a note of everything that you're saying.
Yeah. Check the number. 8.9, subparagraph 5. It's 5.2. Yeah, I'll move on. At item 8.9, subparagraph 8.0, LMCS personnel are required to follow Paria's permit to work procedure at all times. I wish to bold that and underline it too. At
you want me to underline what?
At all times. And item 8.9, subparagraph 9.2, LMCS was to provide...
Again, I don't have a 9.2.
9.0. 9.0.
A 9, supervision. That's it.
Yeah, 9.0. So. You got the other one? 5.
I'm looking at page 593. Which is the...
Yes, and to back up, so we just found it is 5.0 and not 5.2 on the earlier one. So it's item 8.9, yes. Subparagraph 5.0.
Yes.
The last 3 lines of that paragraph.
Okay, the contractor shall ensure that all personnel have the required training and certification
Yes.
to carry out their duties in a safe manner, etc. Yes?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And the last one I wish to, no, the second to last one I wish to refer you to says item 8.9. See, I'm conscious now of checking all the
There's
numbers.
no 8.9, there's an 8. And there's a 9.
There's an 8.9 subparagraph. Yeah, there's an 8.9. No, that's what I think.
The whole thing is under subparagraph 8.9.
8.
And then
Yes.
it's divided slightly confusingly into 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8,
Yes.
9. And it's not the easiest document to follow, which is why I want to make sure I've got a note of what you're saying.
8.0.
8.9, subparagraph 8.0.
Right.
8.
8.9 subparagraph 8.0.
Right.
And this one is which one? 10. Make sure there's a 10. Right. And this one is,
This is the one you said at all times I should underline, which I have.
both have at all times.
9 is supervision, which is what I anticipate you're going to next.
Yes, sir.
Contractor shall provide
Provide
competent
supervision at all times. That's another at all times to be
Yes.
underlined and
Yes.
highlighted. If you find it, I could always come back to it. And on the other hand, so Paria's contractual obligations were extremely limited in nature under the contractual terms.
Well, I think Paria's responsibilities are in a document that ranges over a total of 20, sorry, ranges over 20 pages or so, in quite fine print with many paragraphs and subparagraphs. The obligations that Paria takes upon itself manages to cover, I think, 8 lines.
Yes, sir.
Not exactly taking a great deal upon your own shoulders, are you?
Independent contractor.
That's why you hire an independent contractor. Fine, thank you.
So, and
very
this is a
much.
convenient time to take the break
It
before.
sounds like a very sensible time to take lunch.
Yes,
Yes.
sir.
Yeah, thank you very much. We will resume at 2 o'clock, please. 2 o'clock.
All right.
I was about to deal with the retained responsibility that Paria retained under the contract. I did observe, as you did, so I agreed with the observation that Paria did not retain much. And of course, that is freedom of contract, parties could agree the terms. Paria did not retain much, but they had to pay for what they contracted for LMCS to provide, and I'm sure they did so handsomely. So Paria's retained contractual obligations are really embodied and encapsulated in item 4 of technical specifications. And those are really to supply personnel for organizing work permits and certificates, monitor the contractor's performance and work standards, and carry out quality assurance audits. This, in my respectful views, is normal in even one's domestic arrangements. If you hire a painter and he tells you today when you go to work, I paint in bedroom number 1. When you come home, you inspect, you see bedroom number 1 painted, but you're not expected to see how he mixed the paint, what thinners he put in the paint, and all of that.
Can I ask you about that in this respect, because it just touches back on what we were dealing with before lunch, that at 4.3 it says provide a slot barge, capacity 40 barrels to assist in the removal of the line content. Now, bearing in mind that this is a document which was prepared before any works were carried out,
yes, for
people to understand what it was that they were bidding for, it does seem to me that at that point in time, Paria had at least estimated what they thought was likely to be necessary for removal of the content from the line for the purposes of carrying out the works.
Yes, sir.
And had estimated at about 40 barrels.
Yes, sir.
And a slot barge in order to remove that.
Yes, sir, because I could see Paria retaining that responsibility because, of course, Paria has a responsibility. Although the contract provides for no spill operation, Paria would be the one practically in that context to have the barge available, and they retain the contractual obligations to supply that. But that still doesn't cast on Paria a monitoring responsibility as to the quantity taken out of the line. They just provide the vessel to pour it into. Basically, and that comes down to also the obligation, one of the obligations, the retained obligation to the draining and filling of the line. Paria is to deal with the method and to keep an eye on the method as opposed to the quantum.
Yeah, I think what I meant by that more than anything else was that the fact that at the time of the drafting of this, in order to be sent out for the bidders to consider bidding for the work, they must have appreciated, since they were only going to provide a slot barge which had a capacity of 40 barrels, 42 gallons per barrel. It's not a very large barge, okay? So they could not have anticipated that there would have been much to be removed from the line.
So what I remembered from the evidence, there are 2 sets of removal, and I think I had to take you to something my friend dealt with this morning with respect to when she said they inquired us, LMCS had inquired us to the amount, and they said it was negligible. Right. I'll deal with that in 1 second.
All right.
But I understand the barge was at a different stage because they were to take topside, they were to drain the entire topside, and then they were to drain 36, because when they remove the elbow that connects 36 to the rest of the infrastructure, then there would be a lot of oil because they have 66, which is a 50-inch line prime.
No, I follow that, and I do understand it. It may be that the barge might have had to make 3 trips or something like that. But what we're talking about is a barge that had a capacity of 40 barrels, not 1,000 or more. What I'm saying is, if they had anticipated that hundreds, if not 1,000 plus barrels had to be removed, topside and or bottom line, you wouldn't have provided a barge which could only hold 40 barrels, would you? It would take forever.
I don't understand the evidence to be that the barge was solely for the removal of all the material to be removed, all the contents, because that's why they were pouring some back into 111.
What they're saying is that they're providing this bidding document identifies what they regarded as their responsibility. They're not talking about using a line to remove the material at all, are they? They're talking about the material being pumped or blown, whichever it is, into a barge which only had a capacity of 40 barrels.
Not all the material, sir. That's why it's connected to line 66. The barge is for a part of the process. So if they need to, for example, if they just need to take out 10 barrel, for example, they need to put it somewhere.
Yeah.
But Paria is concerned about spillage and
Yes.
pollution.
Yes.
So the obligation is really to assist in the removal, but I did not understand the evidence at all and all the documentation that all the product to be removed to get the 35 ullage was to be put into that barge. I didn't understand it at all, because then so it's inconsistent with even the connecting of the evidence of
if that's
Ali
right,
Senior.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, Mr. Peterson, but if that's right, why wouldn't it have listed under Paria's responsibility to provide the sea line to take whatever was to be removed on shore and placed in a tank?
So I could see that not being here because it can't go anywhere else, because it's in Paria's compound, Paria's infrastructure. 36 is connected by an elbow to 66 and other lines. So I don't think I need to specify that we'll provide lines, because the lines are there. So the barge.
So why do you need to provide a barge?
Because I understand that the barge is to assist. For example, when they could not pump, if they needed to take a line to take out 20 barrels, they can't put it back into the lines, into 66. They will then put it in the barge. So the barge may not at the end of the day have been used. It was used, but it doesn't have to be used. That's how I understand this contractor of operating.
All right.
The barge was not intended to be the sole vehicle to remove the content of the line.
But in such a comprehensive document, I'm surprised they wouldn't have said something about it's to be, the lines otherwise to be used and stored in one of our tanks. You see?
Because but then to take your point to its conclusion, then the provision of the work instruction is inconsistent with the provision of a badge if the badge is intended to be the sole source of transportation of the fuel. Then tank 111 here would have had no relevance if the source of removing the oil from 36 is meant to be exclusively the use of the slot badge.
Yeah, I mean, the difference being there's a 8-month gap between the two documents. The first document is dated April of 21 when they were looking for the bid. This one, no doubt, once they perfected many of the issues that arise from that, is dated the 5th of January 22. So 8 months later, they're now using a tank rather than a barge. Anyway,
I think
I just pointed out.
Also employed in
Yeah.
So. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I note that actually that document does deal with a barge at point 6.4, removal of elbow on the SL riser at berth 6, where it actually points out that they are to position slops barge with catchment and drain hose, drain the upper section of the 36 riser to the slops barge, open the valve in the stub-in section location below the flanges. I'm talking gibberish to me, but in any event, what it amounts to, as I understand it, is that the slops barge is to be used for the purposes of draining material from the above waterline.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So
and that brings me perfectly.
So you're saying that that's why this document doesn't refer to the pipeline being used to drain the material from the subsea line.
Exactly, sir.
All right.
And that brings me perfectly to the point that my learned friend was being dealt with this morning for LMCS. I think my friend misinterpreted the evidence when she said that they were checking with Paria, and Paria keeps saying the amount coming on the other end was negligible. Under the cross-examination by Mr. Maraj, my learned friend, at day 4 of the transcript, page 36 and 37, Mr. Maraj had been cross-examining and got from Mr. Ali Senior about negligible being the answer. And Mr. Maraj said, but that is with respect to topside. Correct? And Mr. Ali said yes. So that negligible indication from Paria to LMCS was with reference only to the topside removal, not the rest of the 36 line, just the topside elbow.
Sorry. So the negligible amount was in relation to what was removed topside?
Topside. And that could be from at page 36 and 37 of day 4 of the evidence, of the transcript.
Who was it?
Cross-examination by Mr. Maraj. It's under the rubric
of
Kazim Ali.
Kazim, right, okay.
Yes. Under the rubric cross-examination by Mr. Maraj, SC.
Thank you. Thank you for that.
During the course of the evidential hearings here, so Paria witnesses have been cross-examined extensively with a view to establish that Paria, through its agents, Kenson, in particular, Houston Majad Singh, was bound by extensive obligations ordinarily imposed on an applicant under the permit to work system. You may remember that cross-examination, so where they went to where the witnesses, the Paria's witnesses were taken to the rubric of applicant under the permit to work system, and by that means sought to impose on the Paria employees / Kenson certain obligations beyond what was retained in the contract. Our respectful submission on that, Mr. Chairman, is those work permit systems or the work permit form for the applicant in the context of this contract is not applicable to employees of Paria and employees of Kenson, because the principle there is so that it's inconsistent. If the permit to work is applied to those employees, it will be inconsistent with the terms of the contract, the obligations contractually retained by Paria. Because the question will then be whether the permit to work could expand the contractual terms. And our respectful submission is that it cannot. And there's legal authority for that, sir. That the permit to work has to be submissive to the host contract. So where a contract seeks to incorporate another document that may be inconsistent with some of its terms, in this case, the retained obligations by contractual obligations by Paria, the permit to work is to be read against the background of the host contract, and the terms of the contract will take precedence over the incorporated document. We have authority to that, sir. And as I'm on that, I was speaking with my team during the break, and we have a comprehensive speaking note, and with your approval, sir, we could file it, because I realized that I underestimate 2 hours would not be enough. So if we get your leave, it can save me some time. I will stay within my 2 hours, but we seek your leave to file what we will commonly call a speaking note.
No, I do the same myself. Have a speaking note when I'm addressing a court, and I'm perfectly happy for you to.
Well, you have the cases.
Supply
you have cases here to support that proposition.
Well, that would be useful, if I may say so. I'm perfectly happy with that. I'm not sure it's particularly controversial to suggest that obligations that might arise in another context must necessarily be subservient to the primary contract.
If there are inconsistencies.
Where there is an inconsistency between the two. It rather presupposes that one has to find that there is an inconsistency in the first place.
Yes, sir.
But yes, I take your point.
Thank you, sir. So I can move on. So the terms of the contract between LMCS and Paria are contained in the walls of the technical scope of works and Paria's general conditions of contract. Paria permit to work procedure is a document incorporated into the technical scope of works by reference. See paragraph 5.1.2. I hope I have those numbers correct now. And 8.9, subparagraph 8.0.
Just a minute.
Let me see the this one is correct.
That one is correct.
What document are we dealing with? Are we still on the scope of work?
Technical scope of work, yes, sir.
Yes, and you're referring me to paragraph
5.1.2.
Point 2, right?
And
Under contractor's responsibility.
yes, sir. And 8.9.
Just a minute. Yes.
Subparagraph 8.0.
8.9. I just need to get to 8.9.
So I seem to have the numbers wrong.
This one is
8.9,
5.12.
subparagraph
8.2.
8.0, yeah, that's what I said. 8.0. Right, am I wrong?
First one is wrong. It's
First-
5.12.
5.1. Oh, yes, sir. And the first one I said 5.1.2. That's the same error from earlier. So it's 5.12.
5.12, right.
5.12,
Good, because I
and-
didn't quite get what you
Yes.
said. Yes, all right. Hang on a
I
second.
didn't do the further correction from earlier. And 8.9, subparagraph 8.2. And our respectful submission is that that incorporates the permit to work procedure
Yes.
by reference to those two paragraphs.
To maintain permits to execute the entire job, the contractor shall become familiar with and conform to Paria's permit to work procedure at his own expense and limitations, provisions or requirements in or pertaining to the permits. So it incorporates the permit to work procedure
Yes, sir.
within the contract.
Yes, sir.
But what you're saying is that if there's something inconsistent in that permit to work procedure with the primary contract,
You go back to the
you
host
have to go
contract.
to the primary contract.
The host primary
And,
contract.
and so you've referred me to that paragraph in 8.9, was it? 8.9 what?
8.9 sub 8.0, subparagraph 8.0.
Gotcha. Yes. Gotcha.
The technical scope, sir, also places the following expressed contractual obligations on LMCS. 1, to execute the works, to provide full-time supervision. 2, I need to sleep. Full-time supervision for the works, and I wish to ask commissioners to underline full-time supervision. 3, to implement an appropriate HSC management system for its employees. 4, to prepare job hazard analysis and risk assessment in relation to the works. 5, to ensure that its employees are aware of the hazards related to the job. 6, to have an appropriate medical emergency response plan for its employees for injuries or illness. You go take over? Oh, no. I want to rest. I will finish. I want to rest. 7, Mr. Chairman, to provide its employees with the required PPE. You don't need to spend time on that. 8, to instruct its personnel on the safety regulations, safe working practices and conditions that are required for an industrial marine environment. And 9, to provide all safety devices, emergency response equipment, and other equipment for the job as required. for the task of the risk assessment and the job hazard analysis. These express contractual obligations make it clear that LMCS, not Paria, is to be knowledgeable of the hazards associated with the works, the necessary controls for these hazards, and the safety of all its employees engaged in executing those works. Given that these express contractual obligations are imposed on LMCS, then to require Paria's members of the Commission to require Paria to be responsible for the same obligations under any or by virtue of the permit to work procedure would conflict with what the parties had agreed in the provisions of the written contract. Again, freedom of parties to contract. And it would be contrary to good business common sense. I don't need to pound this point much. I think Mr. Pegas, he's not here, but Mr. Pegas made that point, I think, very, very powerfully. An obligation which the parties had expressly contracted that LMCS will bear that responsibility. And it has always been a standing principle of contract that parties are free to contract as they see fit. In the circumstances, Mr. Chairman and Member Wilson, it would plainly be wrong if this commission, and I say it with respect, is to view Paria's actions in relation to the events under inquiry as though it carried the obligations of an applicant under the permit to work system. That permit to work system in the context of this contract doesn't bear that responsibility on the shoulders of Paria or Kenson. The foregoing contractual analysis is, of course, not to be taken to mean that Paria's entire work permit system is rendered inoperable. That system remains contractually intact and alive, save that the obligation imposed upon the applicant thereunder, the obligations do not bite where Paria or Kenson employee is the functioning applicant. In this regard, there is no question that that part of clause 5.0 of the permit to work procedure that provides that work cannot start until the work permit is properly authorized and issued still stands. I now wish to move to the execution of the works. My co-counsel is telling me to repeat the point. I don't think that point gets more profound with repetition, but I think Mr. Pegas made that point yesterday, and I made it earlier, that it would not make business sense if both parties were to retain the same obligations.
I do have that point very firmly in mind. Yes, I do. I mean, he made much of it, both in his address and earlier.
Yes, that's clear. The execution of the works, line clearing and installation of the plug. Under the contract, one of the first activities to be undertaken by LMCS was the removal of sufficient fuel oil from the line so as to facilitate the installation of migration barriers in order for the replacement of the Sealine Riser to be undertaken. It is undisputed that LMCS conducted this activity prior to the 13th of February 2022 using an air blowing method. See paragraphs 42, 43, and 47 of the supplemental witness statement of Kazim Ali Sr., dated the 22nd of November 2022. It is also undisputed on the evidence before this commission that after the process of air blowing had been completed by LMCS, an ullage of 35 feet was measured in the riser. That is not in dispute. See paragraphs 32, 37 to 40 of the supplemental statement of Mr. Ali. On the 13th of February 2022, LMCS installed a migration barrier in the riser to Sealine 36 at Berth 6. On that date, it also installed a hyperbaric chamber to the said Sealine at the same location. These activities were expressly made the subject of Paria's permit to work number 4832. And that permit could be found at page 1075 of the core bundle of documents, 1075 of the core bundle. Thereafter, on the 15th of February 2022, LMCS engaged in a range of activities outlined at paragraph 18 of the amplified statement of Mr. Kazim Ali Sr. No work was undertaken by LMCS on the site during the periods of the 16th of February to the 24th of February 2022. The events of the 25th of February 2022.
Do you agree with me that had there not been the intervention of Mr. Guerra's
disobedience?
Sorry?
Disobedience.
Yes,
Yes.
disobedience. Certainly his precipitate movement of the barge, the works would ordinarily have been completed under the work permit 4832.
No. No, sir. No, sir. I don't agree with that. I thought where you were taking me is if there had not been the suspension of the works during that period,
yes,
that they might have completed it on the 13th, 14th, and then some of the events may or may not have happened.
Yes. Well, no. What I'm asking perhaps badly is that the work permit that is 4832 does its best on the face of it to include the works that needed to be done. So much so that it actually starts to scribble down the side of the page. And it's dated the 13th of February.
Yes, sir.
It would have lasted a week.
Yes, sir.
Taking us to the 20th of February.
Yes, sir.
What I'm asking you really is whether, had it not been for Dexter Guerra's behaviour, suspending all works, would the works not have been done under that work permit?
When you said the works, all the works?
Well, all the works that are set out there. Which includes removing the hyperbaric chamber.
Mm-hmm. No, sir, it couldn't be under that because that is a point of contention. And you may remember very early in this commission, my cross-examination of LMCS personnel, and they tried to resile in my respectful view from it unsuccessfully. The barrier was to be removed, in my view, and on the evidence, the way it was installed. They, on the 25th, removed the barrier in the chamber. And that is what caused the delta, the latent delta to become active and become an event. The plugs were installed from on top. I don't have all the identification of the evidence now, but you may recall, sir, I was asking, I think it's Mr. Guerra from LMCS, whether the new riser was dressed or undressed, and whether they needed to cut it and do hot works with respect to fitting it back to fall back into the elbow at top side. That is why those barriers were to stay in place, because they use a long tool to install it, and they should have used a long tool after bringing in the new riser to remove them. So in the event they have to cut and adjust the top, the barriers would have been in place to protect the lines from tools falling into it and prevent hot works from going into the hydrocarbons to cause an ignition. So that, notwithstanding 4832, the removal of those barriers would never to be done under that.
Right,
So if even they were to remove the hyperbaric chamber, the barriers were to stay in place, and the barriers were to be removed with a T-tool from on top.
So a new work permit would have inevitably had to have been raised in order to do those works?
Yes, sir. And that's, I think, the clear
Even
evidence.
if it was within the time period of this work permit?
Yes. And I think that came over from Mr. Osei, Fleming Holder, and somebody else. Mr. Khan, Mr. Zaid Khan. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
And I'm urged to make a point that we did discuss, that the installation of the plug, one may say, well, what about the installation? The installation of the plug is different from the removal of the plug. The installation of the plug is to create the protection. The removal of the plug exposes one to danger. And that is why that has to be a focused permit to work and deliberate act of removing those. So the removal and installation are not to be equated with respect at all. I know the commission is not doing that, but I'm just saying that.
But all of the things, though, set out in the specific tasks listed in that work permit obviously were intended to be carried out under that work permit.
Could be carried out, yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes. The event of the 25th of February, 2022. On the morning of the 25th of February, 2022, 2021 in this thing. No, we have 21. We typed 2021. Paria issued permit to work 9320. And this could be, well, I don't need to refer to this to the point of finding, we dealt with this so many times. Page 1074 of the core bundle.
Indelibly imprinted on my head, yes.
Yes, sir. By which LMCS was authorized to execute the works mentioned therein. The permit made no provision for the removal of the inflatable plug or the mechanical plug. On the contrary, it specifically provided that the barriers were to be used. So it presupposes the continuation of the barrier. And that is my respectful submission that I ask the commission to note, commissioners to take on board. That migration, there was reference several times to this phrase, migration barrier to be used. What that tells me, it tells me nothing about removal. It tells me about something that is static and in place, that migration barriers are to be there. The permit was signed by Mr. Rudolph Gonzalez, an LMCS employee. The said permit was issued and signed in circumstances where A, Paria's permit to work procedure provides that work cannot start unless a work permit in respect of such work is properly authorized and issued. 2, the unshaken evidence, and in my view, the unshakable evidence from Paria's witnesses, is that in the absence of a permit authorizing the removal of the migration barriers, LMCS was prohibited from doing so. LMCS was not authorized to do so. Removal of those barriers, when they did, was, as Mr. Guerra did, in disobedience. The use of work permits is common in the oil industry and in the gas industry, and that where crucial aspects of work are to be undertaken, there should be a separate work permit for every major activity, in this case, the removal of the barrier. That is the evidence of Mr. Zaid Khan of Incotech Limited, an independent industry.
Can you help me about this? If a work permit is to last a week, and it was anticipated that the conclusion of these works would take place from the 25th onwards, why did the work permit 9320 not include those features? Why would it not include them?
The removal of the plug, sir?
Yes, I mean, what it says is the works that they describe being done are to remove and install a 50-inch flange, to remove and install a 30-inch riser pipe, and then to remove the 30-inch solid blank. This is, I anticipate, at 5. Conduct the pressure test on the flange weld,
Yes.
right? So that's the carver test. And then to remove the chamber, that's the hyperbaric chamber, and blank the top of the new riser. So I'm assuming, although it doesn't actually specifically say so, to fit the new riser.
The blank, yeah, well, yes, sir, but remember, from the cross-examination, there's still works to be done, or possible works to be done on the installation of the riser. It may line up. They may be doing the elbow a bit higher. It may not mesh, and it may not mate, I think is the...
What I'm asking you, I suppose, is this, is that if the specific tasks listed there were to be performed on the 25th going forwards, right, either on that day or the subsequent days, because it lasts 7 days, doesn't it? Why didn't it say to, well, after the conducting of a pressure test on the flange well, and then remove the chamber, and then blank the top of the new riser? Nowhere does it seem to, seemingly, I see. No, I've got to go back a bit. It's just, I understand. Please.
The answer to that question, so came, I think, from is either Mr. Osei Hola, Fleming Hola, or Mr. Zaikan.
Right.
That pipes are never, not open. Pipes are never left open.
No, that makes sense. I get
so
that.
The point is that when they put that flange, I understand it to be like a temporary cover. And when they're ready to do all the connection to the elbow, they remove that. They use the T-tool, remove the barriers, for which there will then be a dedicated independent permit to work to remove those barriers, and then they do the connection if they need to.
Yeah.
So they didn't need to put that in this permit, but they put into this permit up to the point of tapping off the top of the riser, pending the removal of the...
I suppose part of my difficulty is that the specific tasks that are set out in the work permit give you just 3 lines, right? And to fit everything into 3 lines, as we've seen from the previous work permit, is not always possible. Do you see what I mean? Because they've had to start writing down the side of the page. And all I'm trying to understand from you is this, is that whatever the position might be, ultimately, the plugs were to be removed, correct?
Yes, eventually, yes,
exactly. And the new piece connecting it all together fitted.
No,
So
sir.
the riser comes up,
yeah.
It's got a flat plate on it. They're going to take that off and put the new piece on one hour above the water line. Yes, so
Yes, sir.
it's all been put back together with a nice new piece of riser.
Yes.
That's the whole point of it, isn't it? What I'm not really understanding is, first of all, why this doesn't include the removal of the plug,
The removal
if
of the
that was
blank?
to be done. Yes.
Well, no, that's it, sir. Because it's supposed to cover the placing of the blank, the cover. When the permit to remove the barriers, I could see that permit saying to remove the I don't think the permit needs to say that, because how we get into if it says remove the plugs, you have to remove that to get to the plugs.
Yes.
So I could see the permit either being silent and say, obvious, you have to remove that, or say that and also then provide for the deliberate removal of the plugs. But if they had put it in this permit, it could have caused confusion.
You mean it's deliberately not put into this permit to avoid confusion?
I could see why it would be deliberately not put in the permit.
Right.
Yeah.
All right.
So that's why I didn't find there, sir, because the removal of the plugs would have been independent in a permit, and therefore they could have possibly put the removal of the flange, because it is a step immediately prior, is the pre-step to removing the barriers. So they did not need to put it on this, which is the closing off of that work.
Okay. All right.
But
I hear how you put it.
yes,
Yeah.
Section 8 could be one of the recommendations from the Commission with respect to adjusting of this form.
Well, I mean, I think there's little doubt that the giving just 3 lines under the specific tasks required is clearly not sufficient, and clearly leaves it open for some doubt about what might or might not be done on any one day, and or the sequence in which it might be done, given the importance of the work being done in a particular sequence.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
Just for completeness, the evidence of Osei Fleming Holder could be found at transcript of the 6th of January at page 299. The removal of the mechanical plug and the inflatable plug were crucial aspects of the work that the LMCS had to undertake or embark upon. Such removal, they required a specific work permit for that purpose. Mm-hmm. There was nothing mentioned in the work permit concerning the removal of the plugs, nothing. LMCS and its personnel were trained by Paria with respect to its permit to work system. They were fully conscious of that requirement. At all material times, LMCS was well aware that the permit served as the most powerful control document. I don't have the time, sir, but I just wish to remind the Commission of that email following the step that was taken, the unauthorized step that was taken by Mr. Guerra, where Mr. Ahmad Ali of LMCS, using the email address of Mr. Kazim Ali, had sent an email, and I commend that email.
This one does all the replies to the queries that are raised by Paria.
Yes, sir, and in particular question 2 and 3, where Mr. Ali assured Paria, assured Mr. Archibald that they recognize the paramountcy of the permit to work system and that they will honor it going forward.
Yes.
LMCS and its personnel were trained by Paria to observe that system. At all material times, LMCS was well aware that the permit served as the most powerful document. The language also of the LMCS method statement, and I wish to commend that to commissioners. The method statement dated the 4th of January 2022 provides at the top of that method statement in bold and in italics that all steps identified in the method statement, all steps are only to be carried out in full compliance with Paria's permit to work system. So whatever is set out and in whatever order it is set out in the method statement, it is always trumped by the permit to work system. LMCS recognized that in the email I referred to. Notwithstanding,
I'm aware of that, but I mean, this document is actually appended to the work permit, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
And appears to set out the steps sequentially.
Right.
Does it not?
Yes, I know that question would have been posed. The
Good.
permit to work.
I take it you have an answer to it then.
So I hope to have an answer for everything. Yeah. The permits to work has that attached to it, and it has a certain sequence.
Yeah.
But notwithstanding howsoever it is set out in the method statement, it is always referable back to the permit to work. And
No, I do follow
especially
that, yeah. I mean,
removal of-
you just pointed out that paragraph
Yes.
or that sentence at the top of
sentence.
of the method statement. But, I mean, it does seem on the face of it a kind of obvious question. Well, if anybody who knows what they're doing looked at this method statement, surely they would realize, well, what's set out at 56 and 57 simply cannot be appropriate in the place in which it's put.
One can come to that conclusion, sir, but in the context of this project, if once the haulage was correct, that method statement could have been reversed in any order it wanted, and no event would have occurred. I make the point.
I mean, I think had they done what they should have done and only removed the amount of material from the line that they should have done, it wouldn't have happened. There might have been a little bit of gas coming into the chamber. They might have dropped a tool down inside the pipe, and everybody would have been unhappy about it, I dare say, but nobody would have died. That's beyond doubt. All I'm saying is that Paria's concern were those two things. They weren't in the least bit concerned with Delta P because no one considered Delta P. Now, their position was this, as I understand it: do not remove those barriers, because if you do, it might let gas into the chamber or allow something to fall into the pipe. These are two things we do not want to happen. And therefore, when they looked at the method statement and what appears to be a sequential program of work, nobody said, this is wrong. Do you agree?
Nobody said that, sir.
Nobody said it was wrong.
That is a beautiful thing about the permit to work system. It's a fail-safe system.
Well, it isn't, though, is it? I mean, it clearly didn't.
It is if people obey it. And that is why Paria makes sure that they are trained in the permit to work system. So they are supposed to know, regardless of what that method statement says. And that could inform why LMCS inserted that on top of there.
No, let's assume LMCS have got this wrong. I mean, I'll go with that, right? They've got the method statement that they've set out, the document that we are looking at, that paragraph 56 and 57, which for those who are watching, includes the removal of the migration barrier and to deflate the plug.
Yes.
Those two things are itemized at number 57 and 56 in a long list of things that go to nearly 100, right? What I'm saying is that anybody at your end, that is to say Paria's end, that looked at the method statement, which they are required to produce by Paria, aren't they?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So Paria require you to produce a method statement of how you're going to do these works. Here it is, Paria. Now, leave aside Delta P. It's irrelevant for these purposes because no one recognized Delta P. Somebody at Paria presumably read this. Somebody must have read the method statement. And if they read the method statement and come to paragraph 56 and 57, for the reasons I've just identified, nothing whatever to do with Delta P, would have been saying to whoever submitted this document, look, I see what you say there and the steps to be done. This is wrong. Do not remove those plugs until we tell you. And it's certainly not at paragraph 56 or 57, because we don't want any of your men to be gassed. We don't want to lose any of your tools down our tube.
All right. That's one option, sir, and it's an option that could have been exercised, but that's what I'm saying. So that was missed or was not flagged. But Paria had a permit to work system, which I said is a fail-safe system. So when that is missed, LMCS also telling its people, I have this here, I think I have it right, but you see Paria permit to work system that are trained all in, that is what you abide by. But this, I have it right, but of course I have it wrong. Somebody in Paria may have missed it. But that is why I said the permit to work system is a good default system by Paria.
Because if it's not stated in the permit to work, you shouldn't do it.
Right.
That's what you're saying. Yeah.
No, it's not saying permit to work that you should do it.
It has to be in there before you can do it.
Before you could do it.
But I do
So
understand that point.
It's perfect that if it could have been picked up back there, then
Perfectly reasonable point to make, if I may say so. But my slight concern with that is that this is specifically appended to a document that when it says in that document, the permit to work specific tasks gives you 3 lines. This is 6 pages long sequentially. And all I'm saying is that, and maybe I've got this wrong, but if I were working and I were being given this task, I would go to the method statement and I would look at the sequence. I think one of the witnesses said he didn't even do that, but be that as it may. It is perhaps I don't want to characterize it wrongly. I mean, a great shame that somebody at Paria didn't pick that up, even for the reasons that they wanted the barriers in place, because had they picked it up, then this wouldn't have happened, would it?
Well, no, I don't think so. So I think had they picked it up, it would have been corrected. But if LMCS people still want to disregard the permit to work system, or whether they ought to have a permit to work to remove it, whether that was corrected would not have prevented the event. Because they would have been disobeying the permit to work. That would have been corrected. And in another event, another project, that is a great thing that they should try to be closer and make sure they pick up errors like that. And that is why I say the permit to work system is a great default, because when you miss it there, you can't move forward.
But it is something that Paria could have done. I mean, this is not so technical that they were, or specialists, that they would be unable to recognize that as a problem.
That is why artificial intelligence is taking and placing us as human beings.
Not in my lifetime, hopefully, or yours, I suspect, but it may affect
because
our children.
As humans, we miss things.
Yes.
I think I covered that. Anyone, please? I think I covered some of by answering the questions. I just want to wrap up that point by saying so that Paria, we respectfully submit that even on the most generous interpretation of the language on that permit, it could not lead or properly lead to a reasonable construct that it was authorizing the removal of the migration barriers on the 25th. It is simply not ambiguous because it does not deal with removal at all. LMCS in this inquiry also sought in its evidence to contend that the removal of the migration barrier was discussed at the toolbox meeting. I wish to deal with the toolbox meeting. That 2 meetings that morning at 9:15 a.m. and at 9:30 a.m. on the 25th of February. LMCS seemed to be suggesting that the discussion of the barriers had been, the removal of the barriers had been discussed. This position is untenable as a matter of fact. In this regard, Paria respectfully submits that the removal of the plugs was plainly not discussed at the toolbox meeting on February 25th. This is supported by the contemporaneous documents, namely the toolbox form themselves that had nothing to do with the removal of barriers. As Mr. Khan pointed out, Mr. Zaid Khan in his evidence, he said it makes no reference to the removal of the plugs.
It makes no reference to any work at all.
Yes. In particular, no removal of the plugs. And then, so LMCS cannot escape the evidence of Andrew Dobson relatively Dobson. Andrew Dobson his contemporaneous notes written on that same day as to what transpired at the toolbox meeting that morning. And this is significant, sir. And those notes could be found at page 1022 of the core bundle. In assessing evidence and believability and credibility of evidence, a good tool that all tribunals would apply in assessing evidence is whether there was a motive to concoct, fabricate, or alter one's evidence. Significantly, this evidence by Mr. Dobson was prepared by him at a time when neither the Commission of Inquiry was set up, nor any legal proceedings were contemplated. Accordingly, there was no motivation for the document to be manipulated. And in the inquiry, no one suggested to him that his notes at that time were fabricated.
I don't think anyone suggested the notes were fabricated. I thought it was more to do with whether he was actually at the meeting. There were two meetings, weren't there? There was one, sorry. Yeah, there's one at 9:15 and one at 9:30. The one at 9:15 took place at Berth 6. The one at 9:30 took place at Berth 5. And there was a question about whether he could have been at both, as I recall it, bearing in mind you've got to get from one to the other. And if the one that we're concerned with was at 9:15, he would have had to have delivered the toolbox meeting, then get back onto his boat, whatever boat it was, and then get himself over to Berth 6 in order to hear the toolbox meeting at Berth 6. And
so he was at the one at, he was at Berth 6. In fact, he signed the form at number 39. Is the other way around?
Yes, I thought, and that's right. Didn't he sign the one that he wasn't at and didn't sign the one that he was at? I can't remember exactly what his evidence was now. It's a little while ago.
No, he
but
only signed.
He only signed one, and he told, I think, me that he wasn't there at that one.
You're trying to pull up his evidence. It's a page. Oh, no, that's the document.
Well, perhaps somebody can look at it while you carry on addressing me and identify what he did say about it, because I do recall there was an issue about whether he could possibly be at both, and he made clear that he wasn't. I thought made clear that he wasn't at both. Have I got that right? Marjad Singh. Ah, right, that was Marjad Singh. Sorry, it might be my fault. Maybe it was Marjad Singh who was saying that rather than Dobson. Yeah, never mind. I'll take the rap. Sorry, I may have misled you. It's Marjad Singh, I think, who was telling us that he couldn't have been at both. Correct. So forgive me for that.
Asking the commission to place substantial weight
on what he says and on his contemporaneous note.
Yes, because his note chronicles what he witnessed, and it doesn't in any way deal with the removal of the plugs. So I commend his evidence for serious weight and consideration.
All right. Thank you.
Although contrary to evidence that was led before the commission by LMCS employee in the person of Mr. Andrew Farah and also the employee, Mr. Dilpole, we respectfully submit that the commission ought to reject their evidence for this reason. As to Mr. Dilpole, it is significant to note that in his witness statement of November 10th, 2022, his evidence was this. And I'm at paragraph 24 of his statement. He said, I discussed general safety as I'm accustomed to doing and identified the general hazards around the work area. I can't recall exactly what I discussed. See paragraph 21. And Mr. Kazim Ali, Jr., who my friend this morning said would have been the one discussing this. Kazim Ali Jr. also spoke about the job to be done. I can't remember or recall what he said about the job in particular. He gave no evidence whatsoever in that statement that the removal of the plug was discussed. Kazim Ali's statement could be found at, Dilpol's statement could be found at paragraph 24. It is my respectful submission that something as the removal of the plug, one remember discussing safety, one remember discussing the general hazards. I commend that had something as significant as the removal of the plugs been discussed, that would have find expression in their memory. Further, in Dilpol's statement given to OSHA, which is dated, and this is important, so with respect to the dates, this event occurred on the 25th of February, 2022. Mr. Dilpol gave a statement to OSHA, dated March 14th, a mere 3 weeks after this incident. And he was speaking specifically to an agency that is drilling into the events of the 25th. So there's focused attention on the events of the 25th. And in particular, the toolbox meeting of that day. He specifically addressed the toolbox meeting with the agency as to what was discussed, but he did not identify any discussion took place concerning the removal of the plugs. So even if we come here 10 or 12 months later, when he was 3 weeks after the event, one could forgive him if one is reasonably generous. One could forgive him for not remembering, but 3 weeks after, in the fresh stress of the event, he did not recall to tell the OSHA authority, which should have been focusing on that event as to whether the plugs was discussed. Further, although under cross-examination, Mr. Dilpol sought for the first time to suggest that the removal of the migration barrier was discussed, he did that here for the first time. It does not accord with his earlier detailed evidence as to the toolbox meeting. Finally, sir, Mr. Dilpol did not present as a witness of truth. My respectful view is that he was evasive under cross-examination and effectively asked the commission to believe, he's asking you to believe, that his memory got better with time, because in March he did not recall, but when he came here in November, he wanted to recall and accept his testimony that the removal of the barriers had been discussed. There's only one liquid I know that gets better with time, sir. I think it's wine. This is not credible testimony.
Whiskey works too.
I must try that. This is not
Don't believe you haven't.
This is not credible evidence or credible testimony from Mr. Dilpol, because his memory back in 2014, in the 14th of March 2022, to the authority did not speak to that event. As to the evidence of Mr. Andrew Farrer, although he did testify that the job scope for the day, which included the removal of the plug, was discussed at the toolbox meeting, that evidence is not supported by the toolbox forms nor the contemporaneous note of Mr. Andrew Dobson. And that is why I asked the commission to attach significant weight to Mr. Dobson's evidence, because it shows that Mr. Farrer could not be accurate. I want to put it neutral.
On any view, the failure to record it in the document,
yes,
is a significant, as I think has been conceded, a significant flaw.
Yes. And Mr. Farrer also did not produce any contemporaneous notes, but he relied on his memory again of 9 months prior. Let's skip that. We therefore submit on behalf of Paria and Heritage Sir that the Commission ought to find as a fact that there was no discussion in relation to the removal of those plugs at that toolbox meeting on the 25th of February, 2022. In any event, we respectfully submit that even if the removal of the plug was discussed at the toolbox meeting, which we deny, such discussion was not capable of overriding the express requirement imposed on LMCS and its personnel to fully comply with the clear requirements of the Paria permit to work system. In all the circumstances, the deliberate removal of those barriers by LMCS on February 25th caused the Delta event to become active. And I hope I put the terms correctly. Because it was wholly unauthorized and in disobedience to Paria's permit to work system, and it wholly disregarded the well-established standards of practice in the industry. Paria wishes to make one further point, sir, in relation to the events of the 25th of February, 2022. And that additional point is this. If this learned commission rejects Paria's submissions as set out above, to the effect that the obligation imposed upon the applicant under its permit to work system that did not, as a matter of construction, did not apply to Paria's employees or those of Kenson on the facts before this commission, Paria cannot, and I say this with respect, cannot be found to have been in breach of the applicant's duty under that system to continually monitor the job in accordance with clause 5.1 of the permit to work procedure. The reasons for this are relatively straightforward. The duty to continually monitor in the context of the permit to work system can only be construed as a duty to monitor works which are the subject of the daily issued permit to work. The removal of the migration barriers was not subject to any permit to work, and accordingly, no duty to monitor arose at that point. Second, a duty to monitor can only properly arise at a time when works are scheduled to be executed. Indeed, if the works were wrongly executed by LMCS outside scheduled working hours, it could hardly be said that Paria was in breach of any duty to monitor. So too in the case of works executed at lunchtime. In this connection, it is significant to note that on the evidence, the activities relative to the removal of the migration barriers stopped at 1:45 p.m., 13:45, and occurred during the luncheon interval on the 25th, which resulted in the splash being seen on the screen at around 2:45 at Berth 6. This much is confirmed by the combined evidence of Andrew Dobson, which could be found at paragraph 12 and 13 of his statement, and also of the combined evidence of... Is
it your case that 2:45 is lunchtime?
No, they took lunch. That's when they took lunch. In this commission, lunchtime is 2 o'clock, but...
Not always.
That's when they took lunch. Because remember the evidence of Dobson?
I do.
Yes.
Well, yeah, you make your point yes. about it. I have certain reservations about that, but it doesn't really, does it really lie in anyone's mouth to be able to say that because the work permit didn't permit the removal of the plugs, there was no duty to monitor the removal of the plugs, when there is a stop system in existence that allows the lowest paid member of staff to be able to say, you're doing something you shouldn't be doing, stop.
Yeah, I say if I'm to go with that for the time being, the lowest person could have stopped. if works scheduled to go on. So that provision.
Well, we know that there was somebody who did actually see what was going on.
Yes, Kirk Scott. I think Mr. Kirk Scott.
Yes.
I think he was passing and he saw this flash on the screen. But the point is that to answer your points as to whether there is a duty on anybody to ring the bell, so to speak, but that is where work is in progress. But the work had stopped. There was on lunch, and that is the unauthorized, resuming of the work. So when one is considering any obligation to monitor, one has to take into context the time at which the wrongful removal, apart from wrongful removal,
so you're
of the
saying
barriers,
that it happened all during lunchtime, so even if there was some monitoring supposed to take place,
nobody could.
there was no monitor there to observe the work.
That's it.
Gotcha.
Yeah, that's true. That must be. Mr. Chairman, I'm told that I didn't say that there was no duty to monitor when the works were not in progress. I said that. I said even if one had an obligation to monitor, one could not monitor the work that would resume out for schedule.
Sure, I understand that's what you're saying. There's first of all, there's no duty to monitor at all at the level that's been suggested by LMCS. If there is a duty to monitor at all, it must at least take place when work is actually scheduled to take place. And if something took place during a lunch break, then there would not necessarily have been anyone to monitor it, and neither would there have been an obligation to do so.
The removal of the plug is unauthorized, and the resumption of the work during the lunchtime is unauthorized. So there's no obligation could have ever been complied with.
Doesn't arise.
If one had that obligation.
I got you. It doesn't arise at all. Right.
Yeah. All right. Finally, sir, I wish to move to the event, the rescue and recovery.
Did you want to make this point?
Which one?
How much longer do you think you're likely to be, given that you're over your allotted time? I'm not going to stop you, but
20, sir.
20 minutes. Yeah. You all right? Do you want to take a break?
5 minutes.
5-minute break. Let's do
Yes,
that. Let's take a 5-minute break, and then we can conclude.
to the plug when he demonstrated that there were systems for attaching the inflatable plug to the chamber. And I think the chairman had asked, had that been rigged above, whether it would have prevented disappearing into the pipe. And I commend that evidence to your consideration. Not only that the plug would not have disappeared into the pipe, I think most likely the men would not have either. So the manufacturers of that plug had certain specifications as to how to operate that plug. So I ask you to take that into account, that there had not been compliance with the manufacturer's specification in employing that plug. And as Mr. Zaid Khan said, that it was possible to attach cables to the plug and fix it to the chamber, which could have, had the event on the 25th still occurred, we may have had a different result.
Yeah, I mean, we don't know what breaking strength any cable might have had. I don't imagine they were using, anchor chain or something like that. But
Well,
so it would depend on the strain and what force was on that plug.
Yes, so I'm hoping that some of that may be revealed when the chamber is
Well, it's one of the things that I would love to have a look at, and one of the reasons why I'm particularly anxious to see the.
I think that may shed some light on that.
Yeah. All right, thank you.
The rescue and recovery efforts. In the course of this inquiry, Paria has been the subject of a number of criticisms in relation to its conduct concerning rescue of the divers from that pipeline. On a proper review of the factual and expert evidence adduced before this commission, these criticisms, to a great extent, cannot be supported. As will be explained below, Paria's action in relation to the rescue efforts were wholly reasonable given the conditions under which it was operating on the evening of the 25th of February, 2022, not today. The resources available and the need to take into account a safety potential for the proposed rescuer would have been a live issue for the decision makers at Paria. In examining the reasonableness of Paria's conduct, I ask this commission and I invite this commission to consider 11 factors and bear them in mind when assessing and judging Paria. First, in the context of the contractual arrangements between Paria and LMCS, the obligation to formulate an action an emergency rescue plan in respect of LMCS employees rested on the shoulders of LMCS, not Paria. Paria was not obligated to play anything other than a supportive role to those efforts and plans. Second,
I take a note of each of these points, 11 points that you've got. But before you move on, do you say that in relation to your first point, that Paria had no duty to effect a rescue at all? I mean, duty in a legal sense.
Yes, that's correct.
That's correct.
Right. Thank you.
Second, between 2:45 p.m. and 5:30 p.m. thereabouts, Paria was unaware that the divers were in the pipe. And I don't think that could be challenged, and I think it's accepted in this commission that when Mr. Bodram emerged from that pipe was the first time persons were aware that the men were in the pipe because they were searching at sea. Third, LMCS personnel were generally uncooperative and or hostile to Paria's representatives on the 25th of February, 2022. And I pause here to make the point, Mr. Chairman, I think you asked my friend this morning, and I did not remember that Mr. Kazim Ali Sr. and Mr. Colin Piper knew each other well. In fact, Mr. Piper's evidence is that he knew Kazim Jr. as a lad. I think he knew the young lad. I don't subscribe to getting personally involved in a matter, but Mr. Kazim Ali had not testified here that I went to Colin because they know each other. My son is in the pipe, I want to die. This is my plan. And that is missing from this commission of inquiry. There is no evidence that LMCS had a plan. All we keep hearing, LMCS wants to dive and Piper stopped them. They wanted to dive and Piper stopped them. But nobody said LMCS had a plan A, B, C, D that they communicated to Paria or to Mustaq that this is the plan and they refuse it. Apart from whether it should be in writing and de-risk and all of that, that's another issue. But even the existence, the fact of the existence of a plan, no one has said that I had that plan and I told Mr. Piper this. All I'm hearing is we had a plan and we told him we had a plan. Nobody said this was the plan and I communicated to Mr. Piper at so and so time and tell him to consider this. And he told me no, he didn't like that or he didn't like that. At least for the Friday evening, that's what we're dealing with, sir.
But if your first point is that there is no obligation on the part of Paria to effect a rescue, no legal obligation, I leave aside morality at the moment, no legal obligation on them to effect a rescue, and the LMCS appreciated that, was it necessary for them to communicate such a plan to the IMT?
The reason it's necessary, sir.
And second to that is, the submission that has been made is that Mr. Kazim Ali was wholly unaware of the existence of this IMT.
I heard my friends say that. I can't remember that being the evidence, but subject to be corrected. But that would be very, very spectacular. And Mr. Kazim Ali, who boasts of being in the industry for all those years, is not aware that an event like this will trigger the formation of our ICT.
Right.
That would be a spectacular development.
And presumably concomitant to that would be obliged to have disclosed to Mr. Piper or the IMT, here's my plan.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Third, LMCS personnel were generally well, I got that. Fourth, owing to LMCS rescue plan and its inability to provide adequate resources for the purpose of attempting a rescue, Paria engaged multiple specialist services or service providers. So in assessing Paria's response that evening, sir, notwithstanding the lack of a legal obligation to do so, they engaged Mitchell, they engaged Eastern Divers, they engaged HSSL, they engaged Subsea Global, and Offshore OTSL, and also Hull Support Services. They relied on the connections of the sister company Heritage to activate a lot of these resources, including equipment and also personnel. And also they had the assistance of Mr. Rolf Seals and Heritage Operations HSSE manager, Fleming Holder. Paria also contacted the Coast Guard, which would always be an obvious first port of call once we're dealing with a diving issue. Fifth, the information which Paria had concerning the conditions within the pipeline was inadequate in material respects. That is to say, Paria did not know the condition nor the location of the inflatable plug within the pipe. Paria also did not know where the divers were located within the pipe or the physical condition. Sixth, the information Paria had about the conditions which obtained in the pipe indicated that hazards existed therein. Paria was for some time understandably operating under the assumption that significant quantities of fuel oil were present in the line. And I think, Mr. Chairman,
they were best placed to know what was in the line. they were best placed to know what was in the line. Whether they did or not is another matter. But during the course of the evidence that we've heard, I asked, I think, a number of people about that. And what Mr. Maraj did, the fact is, nobody ever inquired of their own records what had actually been pumped out of the line, even though this had now happened.
I think one that could be explained for all parties, sir. Everyone on that evening was operating under the LMCS method statement that a 35 ullage was achieved, so therefore the line has substantial hydrocarbon. We know from this inquiry factually that turned out to be inaccurate. But on the evening, and as I keep saying, when Paria's conduct is being examined, it should be examined at Paria compound Friday evening. Everyone operating, yes, that work was going on. Yes, there were plugs, there was 35 ullage. The plugs were put in, and this event happened. Berth emerged from the pipe. He came out covered in oil. So everyone operating on the statement of LMCS that a 35 ullage was achieved, so therefore the rest of the line had hydrocarbons, oil. But we discovered from Mr. Khan's analysis that that was inaccurate. But on the Friday evening, that is what persons were operating.
Well, they also had the evidence, or would have had the evidence, of Mr. Kirban going into the pipe.
I'll come into that, sir.
Good.
The emergence of Christopher Berth from the line at approximately 5:30 p.m., completely covered in oil, supported the assumption that the line had substantial hydrocarbons.
This is number 7, is it?
No, just finishing 6, sir.
That's 6.
Further, yes.
Sorry, yes.
Further, as the evening progressed, Paria deduced that the inflatable plug was in the line, thereby giving rise to the possibility of a further Delta P event within the line. And that is a debatable point. The Commission will decide on that. But I don't think it can be dismissed as a far-fetched possibility at that Friday evening. Further still, into the night, Paria became aware through the use of cameras that there was also oxygen tank lodged within the line.
Lodged
In the line.
It's not what the
I didn't
video
say wedge,
shows.
you know.
It's not really what the video shows.
I didn't say wedge, sir. I said lodged.
Yes. Yeah. What's
Not
the
continuous
difference?
and continuous.
What's the difference?
One is that it's present, and one is that it's merely in there, and one is that it's wedged in there.
Right. You're not suggesting wedge.
No, that it was in the line. 7th, Mr. Colin Piper, Paria's incident commander, was at the time well aware of the incident locally and abroad, where rescuers had perished in the course of effecting a rescue. See paragraph 102 of Mr. Colin Piper's statement dated the 1st of September 2022. I think Mr. Piper drew some criticism from, I cannot remember if it was Mr. Ramadan, most likely it was, for that knowledge. But the fact is that if that is the man's knowledge, you have to, all decisions of every human being, every individual, every entity is made on the basis and factoring in the knowledge at the material time of making a decision. So Mr. Piper included in his statement that he was aware of that on that evening.
And one of the things that I've struggled with, as you'll appreciate during the course of this evidence, is that nobody seems to have been working to any timeline, including Mr. Piper, who was ultimately in charge of the IMT. I mean, I have to say, I do find that an extraordinary feature that any IMT would be operating with a view to trying to effect a rescue without having very clearly in mind and every decision being made against the background of a timeline. And nobody seemed to me to have addressed that issue at all. seems as if the first time it was ever mentioned was when I raised it, or Mr. Maraj raised it during the course of questions of any of the witnesses. And then they were being asked to put timelines on it. We've had various different hours being placed on it. But it seems to me that even given the heat of the moment, that was almost certainly the first thing that should have gone up on that whiteboard, hour 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, etc. And that all decisions should have been made against a background of what was expected to be the life expectancy of the people in the pipe. Do you agree with that?
That's a reasonable observation, sir. That's a reasonable observation.
Thank you.
Eighth, none of the entities or persons contacted by Paria were prepared to undertake entry into that pipeline. The Coast Guard advised that the personnel were neither trained nor did they possess the specialist equipment to undertake a rescue from within the pipeline. Mr. Johnson from Eastern Emergency Response Limited advised that their confined space technicians did not have the expertise to do an underwater rescue. Mr. Fitzroy King, dive supervisor from Mitchell Professional Diving Services Company Limited, advised that the risk of diving into the pipe was too high and he could not send his divers into the pipeline.
I'm happy to accept that none of the people that your clients spoke to about this were that they had engaged were prepared to enter into the pipeline.
Thank you, sir. So I can move on, sir.
You can.
Ninth, several of the diving experts who have given evidence have advised that in circumstances it would have been unsafe to enter into the pipeline to undertake a rescue of the divers. That came from Mr. Krishna Fuentes. I think he put it graphically, you don't dive into pipe. Mr. Rolf Seals and Mr. Anthony Donowa.
Well, I think they all postulated the prospect that it was possible, providing the right equipment and features were in place. They didn't rule it out.
No,
None of them ruled it out.
I'm coming to that, sir.
Right.
10th, the evidence of Mr. Seals and Mr. Fuentes is that a rescue operation to be safely undertaken into the pipe would require, I counted it, I hope I got it right, about 7 commercial divers, each with their own umbilical attachment. And he gave a description as to different points along the way where each person had to be put.
Well, I'm not sure that's entirely correct. I think partially it is. I don't think each were required to have their own umbilicals because some of them would have been on shore.
No, one was in the habitat.
7 divers, as I understand it, you need first of all a supervisor. Now, he would have been on shore, and there would have been tenders for the umbilicals.
Upstairs, that's 2.
Well, whether that's right or not, there'd have been at each point in which it might get snagged, there would have to be a tender. So the person at the entrance to the chamber would have had to have been there tending that. As it goes into the pipe, there'd be another one on the inside of the chamber in dry conditions, tendering the umbilical there. Then there was another one at the elbow inside the pipe itself.
That's 5.
And then there's one along the pipe who's affecting the rescue.
That's 6.
That's 6. So I took it to be 6 or so.
I said 7.
It may be there were others, but they wouldn't all need to have their own umbilicals. Clearly, the ones in the pipeline would have to have their own umbilicals.
And I think the one in the 7th I got was there was a standby diver.
And a standby. You're quite right. There was a standby as well. Yes. So perhaps that's right. But not all requiring their own.
Not all requiring, no. The standby needs to have, I think, the man in the chamber, but those on top don't need to have.
All right. Thank you. Anyway, that they were identifying the sort of number of people that were necessary. Yes. In their view.
That brings me to the 11th.
The 11th,
point.
yes.
Mr. Kerban went in and went, we heard 10, 12 feet past the elbow and came back out.
Yes.
Then we heard that Mr. Bedo and his brother were prepared to go. But even though, if we factor in Mr. Kurban, Mr. Bedo, and his brother, that's 3. So if we were to accept the evidence of the experts that we need at least, that's a 6. We're still short of, we only have half of the team of Mr. Kurban, Mr. Bedo, and Mr. Guerra, I think, and Mr. Farah as the supervisor. So we're still short of persons, according to the expert evidence, to effect a safe rescue into the pipe. And also another factor, a variable we have not factored in.
So your point is not enough men were available, even if they had.
Exactly,
Yeah.
yes. And another factor, I think Mr. Fuentes alluded to it, is, but there are 2 other factors, I didn't put them here, but I don't remember them. There are 2 other factors that when a diver goes in, he may experience difficulty, so he may have to come back out and be replaced. He said that he may get to a certain point in the line and he may have to come back out. If he comes back out, you cannot use him immediately. So you have to rest him.
Well, it depends how long he's been in.
Yeah, that's it. So it depends.
Yeah, but he might have only been in 15 minutes.
And if he didn't, then you have to, so in planning, and that's why planning is important.
Yeah.
So in planning a dive, you have to factor in that factor. And that is the point I wish to leave with the commission.
Well, I know, but I mean, the point here is the attempt at rescue. Any attempt at rescue doesn't mean it's going to succeed.
No.
And the criticism, such as it is that there was no attempt to rescue. Now, if somebody had gone in the pipe and for whatever reason had to come out and then there wasn't another diver available to swap with him, well, then you've at least attempted, you've done something.
Yes, sir.
It can't work because this is what's happened.
And that is the difficulty in this matter. We're moving to the point of you did not attempt a rescue, but we have to be dealing with the decision to even attempt. That's where we are to.
Yes.
Friday evening, the decision to attempt. And that is where we are at. And we hear from LMCS mainly that, I think Mr. Ramadan called it an order, not to dive into the pipe, but the evidence is that diving continued even after Mr. Piper said that. And
well, yes, diving into the habitat certainly continued. It seems clear to be.
And no one said that they were restricted physically, although we hear about guns and all of that, from diving. And even after Mr. Piper suggested that, apart from Kurban going in and coming back out, Bedo's evidence, Mr. Bedo's evidence is that he went into the habitat in order to go into the pipe along with young Kurban, but then he recognized that, and reasonably so, that Kurban could not have assisted him because of obvious circumstances. So even when one is trying to blame Mr. Piper for saying no diving into the pipe, after that, attempts were made to go into the pipe, and when Mr. Bedo got there, he realized that Mr. Kurban could not assist him, and he came out. But then when you marry that against the expert advice, because you have to take into account, Mr. Fuentes and, well, I don't have any discipline in diving, but Mr. Fuentes and the evidence I don't think could be challenged. And Mr. Bedo would have the same kind of knowledge and expertise as them. So we have to
Well, I know, but I mean, what's clear to me from the various people who have given evidence and talked about the prospect of carrying out a dive in these circumstances, each seems to have had a slightly different approach. One would say, I need this, another one would say, I need that, and so on. And I suppose it must inevitably be up to the individual diving supervisor to make a determination of what he regarded as being important before he would effect such a search. And it seems to me that there are different views about that, and each individual supervisor might have had a different view. But it does bring me to the point, sorry, just while I have it in my mind, it does bring me to the point which has been explored with a number of people. Is there a difference between permitting and inviting or asking, permitting someone to dive into the pipe and or asking people to dive in the pipe? Do you see a distinction between those two?
There is a distinction, and I hear Mr. Ramadan talk about peeping home and I go running, wailing for me and thing. I would be appreciated if he saved me and thing, but I could understand if he didn't. But I could be wrong. But the point is, there's a difference. Paria is a plant, a gas and oil installation. It is not a situation where one is on a beach and see someone in difficulty and they could decide, I would try to save him and I could swim well, or I'm not good enough, I'm not taking that risk.
Yes.
If Mr. Piper had made that decision and sending someone in that pipe and they succumbed, I could see a commission of inquiry and I could hear Mr. Ramadan and others. Did you know the condition inside that pipe when you authorized the men to go in there? So you send men in, you know men missing, men could have been dead, and you send in other people. And then I hear about exoneration and indemnity. Mr. Piper and Paria have been criticized for asking for a plan. But against that, I hearing that he should have get somebody to sign an indemnity to exonerate Paria to go into the pipe. No one could exonerate and give persons indemnity against criminal prosecution.
I agree. I doubt how effective
but I'm always a student. But I was willing to learn if it's something I missed in law school, because some classes I didn't go to. So I was wondering if there was something I missed. So when they throwing that at Mr. Paria and Mr. Piper that you couldn't do that. And one may say, whether a person's voluntarily going or you're permitting or you're allowing, there's nice words, but the point is, anyone who had gone into that pipe that evening would have been going in there under the auspices of Paria and the management of Paria.
But is that entirely correct? I mean, I appreciate it's their plant, right? They're responsible for their own land, their own plant. But is there a distinction to be drawn between somebody who says, not to put too fine a point, let's be quite crude about it for the moment, just to illustrate the point I'm making. If the criteria for effecting a rescue is a better than 50% chance, let's say, and somebody says, well, there isn't a better than 50% chance, and therefore I'm not going into the pipe to effect the rescue, right? That's on the one hand. One could understand that. So Mr. Piper saying, one of the teams that he's employed, is there a better than 50% chance of effecting a rescue? They say no. And so he says, well, I'm not going to ask you to go into the pipe, right, on that basis. Somebody else says, I accept that there's not a better than 50% chance. It's only a 30% chance of it being successful. But I am willing to take that chance. Should Mr. Piper in those circumstances prevent him from taking that chance?
The difficulty Mr. Piper would have had at that point, sir, is that he had experts, and I only factored in not knowing the conditions within the pipe if he were to attract criminal liability to himself. But he just made a point again against him making that decision, because I could hear lawyers asking in a commission, Mitchell tell you them and sending in their people. This one tell you they're not sending in their people. OSTL, and you know they are commercial divers and you know that equipment, and they say they're not sending in people, but you
don't have to pretend to be Mr. Ramadan, you know.
But that's the only way I could make the point effectively, sir.
I get the point, yes.
Yes.
But, you know, Mr. Piper might have said, for example, look, I am not going to stop you, physically stop you. I'm telling you, don't go in the pipe. I'm saying it is unsafe in the pipe. All of the advice we've had suggests that it is completely wrong for anyone to entertain such a risk. And that is the position that we adopt. Do not go in that pipe. But I'm not, and I make clear, I'm not going to physically prevent you from doing it. If that's what you want to do, that's on your head.
So that is exactly the point too. There's no evidence of anybody physically prevented anybody from going into that pipe.
Right. But do you agree with me that he could have taken that stuff? If that had a risk, could have taken that. There's a difference between asking people to effect a rescue and effectively allowing those who, in defiance of your best advice, seek nonetheless to try and rescue.
One could have done that, but that will be totally a personal decision, because if you had done that and the person perished, I could see Mr. Piper for the rest of his days saying, but why didn't stand firm and tell this man he can't go in the pipe?
Yeah, well, I'm assuming,
it's not
I'm
that-
assuming he would have done that, would have said no, given his evidence and the
Yes.
approach he's taken during the course of the IMT. His position was, I never had sufficient information to be able to justify anyone going in that pipe.
And yes, sir, and the point I wish to make, there's no evidence of anybody physically restraining anybody from going into that pipe. But what we hear here is that...
Well, there's a little bit, but
what we have here says that I was there, I saw Coast Guard men. In fact, at one point, somebody started to allude to, but I see that back off from the evidence, that there was a huge Coast Guard vessel off the way out of the jetty, and they were prevented, had guns. I mean, there's no evidence to bring that to the shore.
You don't have to persuade me about it.
But there's no evidence, sir, that anybody was physically restrained from disregarding Mr. Piper and going into the pipe. But now, when we're in these nice surroundings, people are saying, well, I would have gone if maybe. But then the point too, that Mr. Piper made a point in his evidence that I didn't think of. I think in answer to the commission, or maybe Mr. Maraj. He said, you know, it would have been easier for me to just make the easiest decision to make was to tell people go.
Yes,
the hard decision was really to tell people in the face of the unknowns not to go.
Certainly that's what he said, yes. How are we doing?
2 more minutes, sir.
Well, we got to point 11, so I'm assuming there aren't any more points on that.
I see I have 12, sir. No, I said 11, but all this couldn't come.
You got a number 12?
None of the divers or diving professionals had a workable or credible rescue. Well, I think I made that point already. The last point for completeness, sir, it is necessary to address one final allegation which has been leveled against Paria in connection with this issue that afternoon and rescue efforts. Namely, that Paria stopped LMCS and others from carrying out any rescue attempt that night. That's the allegation. Or during the 26th of February, 2022. We respectfully submit, sir, that this allegation cannot be supported out of a proper analysis of the facts. While it is not disputed that Paria told persons not to dive into the pipe because it was too dangerous, the reality is that persons were not prevented from doing so because the evidence shows that persons continue to dive thereafter into the night.
No, well, I mean, you've made that point, but I mean, I think there's a distinction between those who were diving into, for example, the habitat for the purposes of no doubt ensuring that if anybody was trying to come out, that they would have been able to be pulled out, because we knew that Mr. Boudram was unable to get out of the pipe himself, having got to the surface level of the fluid in the pipe. So it doesn't surprise me that people were, whilst there was a habitat in place, diving into that habitat to ensure that if anybody else managed to crawl their way through this pipe, that they would have been able to be taken from there. But I think apart from Mr. Kerber, nobody else went into the pipe. Certainly there's no evidence of that.
Yes, and that's the point. Persons
The point
who
you're making
allowed,
is they could have done if they wanted to.
People were not prevented from going into the habitat. To get into the habitat, they could get into the pipe. So the fact that they weren't prevented from going into the habitat, once they get into the habitat is underwater.
Yeah. Well, there would have had to have been quite a lot of more activity. I mean, there were to fit the all the appropriate equipment would have taken some effort. I don't know what would have happened. Anyway, I've got your point.
But I want to suggest in closing that I wish Mr. Ramadan was here, because I wanted to describe his invitation to the Commission for criminal proceedings against Paria or its personnel as outrageous on the evidence. It will grab a good headline, it will grab newspaper front line and front page, but on the evidence, it cannot be supported. There is no evidence here of anything close to criminal conduct. There would have been something close to criminal conduct.
We'd have to find that there was gross negligence, wouldn't we?
To have that.
Yes.
Yes. And that is why I was a bit taken aback at the invitation. But I know that the Commission would not fall prey to easily to such temptation. But I have 2 recommendations I've been able to put together so far. So, and one is this, that you may want to recommend guidelines for scuba. And it seems from the experts that scuba is not to be used in commercial work like this. So that is one recommendation that I would respectfully put forward for your consideration.
Or guidelines in relation to
the use of diving and the type,
commercial diving.
yes, and the type of diving for commercial.
Yes.
Secondly, so that we heard the evidence here that there has not been any. We heard of a person who's been qualified in saturation dive. Commissioner Wilson, I might be encroaching on his area here, but we heard people talking about saturation dive and confined space diving. There may be some recommendation around that with respect to fine-tuning that confined space to include things like maybe pipeline, 50 inches, 30 inches, as the case may be, since Trinidad and Tobago is an oil and gas industry and have several industrial plants. So apart from just general confined space, I don't know if they could, I don't know the discipline, whether it could be further tweaked and be more specific to deal with the more likely risk that would arise in the oil and gas industry.
What, that there should be some training for people to dive into a pipeline?
I don't know if that's physically. It may be, it may be.
Why don't we get rid of 30-inch pipelines, have them either smaller or bigger? If they're smaller, you can't get sucked in, and if they're bigger, you could turn around.
Senator, for me, yes. Well, I heard Mr. Farah say you could turn around. I have this recommendation, sir, that there be a national registry for resources to respond to emergencies. Because you realize in the evidence that there was a lot of calling around. Do you have a ROV? Do you have this? Do you have that asset? If we have, and they can model it from, there's some legislation in Trinidad for procurement, for example, where they have a registry of skills and that kind of thing. If there's a national registry, so if I, example, get a certificate in some specialized area of diving, not from a witness that was here, but if I get a certificate from, in some area, I may go and register and voluntarily put myself on the register in the event that there's an emergency that I could be contacted. So if you have develop a national registry for assets and personnel and the specialized area of training, so that when there's an event, you call the National Emergency Registry, and you know that there is A, B, C. They can be contacted at these numbers, these assets. So you don't have to be calling around and say, I wonder if so-and-so has this equipment, I wonder if so-and-so has this equipment. You could go there at the first call to see what is available to respond to an emergency or crisis.
Well, I mean, I see some value in that. There is an argument, isn't there, for any plant of the kind that we're dealing with here to have certain equipment available to them all the time. I mean, leave aside the question of people being sucked into a pipe. There may be any number of other reasons why you would want to put a camera inside a pipe, for example. Yeah. Tools, things get caught up in there. There are gurglings, whatever it might be, within a pipe that might justify putting a camera in there. And one might have thought that a company as big as Paria might have had some sort of mechanism on site for achieving the same. Certainly that's something I'll consider with Mr. Wilson as to whether or not such a recommendation should be made.
Yes.
But I think as to national registry, whilst I'm attracted to it to this extent.
Yes, sorry.
It seems to us that there are emergencies which take place which could not be predicted. This one, as a matter of fact, might have been predicted, but it wasn't, all right? So it falls into the category of emergency that might take place that is not predicted. So this country doesn't experience hurricanes, so not much is being done to deal with hurricanes. Similarly, supposing on that day a ship had come along and had rammed straight into the berth, out of control. Now that couldn't be predicted, but they would have to kick in, wouldn't they? Some sort of emergency procedure to try and help the people that might be in the ship that's gone down, the hut that's now underwater, any number of possible scenarios that could emerge in an emergency situation where you haven't predicted what might happen. And certainly it seems to me at the moment, and I think Mr. Wilson's not unpersuaded, that there may be some sort of general emergency plan that people ought to have that can kick in that situation. And the sort of register you're talking about might assist in that. It would necessarily bring together certain skills that might be outside of the interested parties, which might have its own attraction. So certainly, yes, I think that
because I was going to say, sir, this recommendation is wider than Paria.
Yes.
Use Paria as the example, but there may be smaller companies that will have similar emergencies but don't have the resources or have the equipment. So they can go to this registry and right away they know where they could locate instead of asking around and getting, fishing to see who may have, like Mr. Fuentes talk about a hazmat suit. For example, if someone has a hazmat suit, instead of having it thrown in the warehouse somewhere, they go and register, I have a hazmat suit. So if you're looking for a hazmat suit, you don't have to be calling around.
In what, 3 different sizes? Or, I mean,
well, so I told Paria with the PPE, they had to get bigger sizes after this commission. But that's what I was thinking.
Pointing at me when you say that. All right. I mean, yes. Are there any other recommendations?
No, sir. I want to rest it there for the time.
Do you think that that Paria might have carried out some sort of testing of their system since this event? That is to say, that they have. This has happened. It happened back in nearly a year ago now, and the same people are in place. Whatever the level of confidence in those people might be, do you not think that they ought to have carried out a drill, a system of, what's called a tabletop exercise of the issues involved here to see what might have gone wrong, what forms might be changed, what things might have been done to correct, albeit they don't accept any responsibility, but correct the potential flaws or ambiguities that we've identified in the course of this inquiry. I mean, a number of your witnesses and others have accepted ambiguities at best and misleading statements at worst, contained in documents and so on. And I'm slightly disappointed that a company the size of Paria, unlike Heritage, which seems to do regular testing, that they've done nothing apparently since this has happened beyond what looks to be a relatively cursory examination with 2 very small recommendations. That no drill or tabletop exercise has been done.
I'm sure that will be undertaken, so if not after the recommendation, but your suggestion, I'm sure, is not been lost.
Well, we're going to write our report. I've made it pretty clear that we will have it ready by April. I'm not in control of whether it is published or not. That is in the hands of others. But to say you're going to wait to the outcome of this inquiry before carrying out anything, as I think Mr. Mohammed said, is perhaps a little disappointing.
The sentiments would be factored in, sir.
All right, thank you.
It is left for me to thank you, Mr. Chairman and fellow Commissioner Wilson, and thanks to the Commission and my colleagues for tolerating me.
No, I thank you very much for your submissions.
And I have one complaint, sir, and a compliment. I have a compliment for Ms. Sinanan behind you, for her competencies, efficiencies.
Yes.
But I don't understand how people could be sending email 2 o'clock in the morning and 3 o'clock. I thought you used to sleep, sir.
Yes, well, I mean, believe me, I've had messages all kinds of hours of the night from it.
Yes. Thank you, sir.
All right, lovely. Thank you very much indeed. Right, so that is it for today. Would it be inconvenient to sit at 9:30 tomorrow? Anybody have a problem with that? I think the sooner we finish, the sooner we can stop and have some refreshments and close this inquiry or the evidential stages of this inquiry. Thank you very much indeed.
Mr. Wilson asks, Mr. Mootoo asks to be excused in the morning. He's in Court of Appeal, but I'll be here at 9:30, sir. And he will join us.
Of course, no problem at all. All right, well, I will see you all tomorrow, 9:30. We have a target time of midday-ish, I think, is where we're aiming for, one way or the other, to close these proceedings. All right, thank you very much indeed. Please gather your papers. I'll be doing the same.
All right. Well, that's the end of today. Tomorrow is the last stream of the evidentiary stage of the Commission of Inquiry. It starts at 9:30 a.m. and it will be with the counsel to the Commission, Mr. Ramesh Lawrence Maraj, who will conclude the evidentiary stage by giving his last closing statement. So, folks, thanks for joining. All of you across the platforms, all 600 of you, thank you for watching and coming here diligently and taking part in the conversations. You know, this is so important because you can't do this anywhere else. So, God bless. Take care of yourselves, and thank you for watching. 9:30 a.m. tomorrow. Good afternoon. Have a good rest of your day. Take care. Thank you for watching.